Let's do the damn thing. What is up? Welcome everybody, day 2. 3 picks today. 1 in round 2, 47. 2 in round 3. Guys, how is the sound? Mike, say what's up to the people. Daniel, D-Stebs. Yes. Yes. Yeah! Woo! Here we go, baby. This is awesome. Yes! Yes! Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Can't hear anybody, huh?
I love this part of the stream.
Yeah. Okay. So, let's see here. Yeah, keep talking, guys. You can only hear me now? Okay. If anything, now I hear all 3. We're all good? You gotta be kidding. Isn't this just the best? Okay. Still can only hear Garrett. Now I only hear Garrett. Someone is trolling. This is so badass. I gotta tell you. Okay, so... Okay. Is that Caroline? Good. Only Garrett still? Dope. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna listen to YouTube by myself so I don't have to keep asking chat. Check in Slack. We can't hear just Garrett Stebbs. Who does? Oh. Okay. Here we go. Oh. All right. Mic's out. All right. Okay. Here we go. I can hear Garrett. Cool. 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 All right. Mic's out. All right. Okay. Here we go. I can hear Garrett. Cool. Cool. Cool.
How about me? How about me? How about me?
Yeah.
How about me?
Stabs, you start talking.
I'm talking now. I'm talking now.
Okay.
I am talking. This is Daniel. Can you hear me? Can you hear
Warren
me?
says, can hear Stebbs now, but you're doubling up on the echo.
Echo. Echo.
All right, let's switch this thing up. Let's see how you sound, Daniel.
Daniel, speak. Daniel, speak.
Sorry, I muted myself. Sorry, I muted myself. How about now? Testing, testing.
It's echoing. Hold on. But you guys are there.
Well. For all but can hear. Echo, sweet baby Jesus. Only I am echoing according to one person. How about now? Testing, testing. I sounded good on whoever's feed that was.
Mike, talk now.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Are we good now?
Please tell me we are.
Whew.
Are we good now? Please tell me we are.
Mike, say what's up to the people.
What's going on, everyone? It looks like I sound good. I've got a good from Thomas. I've got a good from Oscar. I've got a We Are Golden from Skylar Louise.
Lots of goods.
What's going on, everyone?
Woo! Yes.
Record time right
Got it all
there.
done before the Jags were on the clock, baby.
Record time, Garrett. Hell yeah.
Yes. 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 Technical issues. Woo!
That's a new
Gotta
world
love
record, though.
Well, we did it, guys. Here we are.
Welcome
All right,
to
so
day 2.
Day 2.
Day 2.
It's as exciting as day 1, but it's 1 day later.
Uh-huh.
And all right, that's all I
You
got.
can expect tonight, guys.
See, night, Mike. See ya. Bye. That's it.
Yeah, I didn't bring my notes. No, just kidding. Day 2, this is an awesome opportunity for the Chargers to land somebody great at 47. There are still plenty of talented players on the board. They obviously have to get through 12 picks before they pick today. Again, 13th pick in the second round. There's more than 13 really good players, notable players, still left on the board. The only question is how many teams in front of them are going to want to pick up a cornerback? How many are going to want to pick up, one of the edge rushers remaining? Maybe even a safety. Just there's plenty of positions the Chargers can go, and this is something me and Garrett were talking about before we went live. It's just which pick is going to be there, which player is going to be there, and who can they pick to move the needle the most? And even if it's not a corner or something we directly call an instant need, a top need, if they can get a guy that moves the needle like I'm going to say it, Rondale Moore, someone that's just a game breaker at a position, again, that's not so much a need, I think it's an option here. Our guy from the Chargers said that there's a lot of positions to look for today, and I just don't think we can be surprised with anything that we get at 47.
Yeah, that list. Here, let me go back to it because I don't want to mess it up. Cornerback, wide receiver, edge, guard, safety, linebacker.
Notice tight end is missing off that list, which I found interesting.
D-Stebs.
Not
so fast.
Not so fast.
Not so right before we got on, I was talking to Mike, and the talk is if their guys aren't there, that they're going to be looking at tight end.
Okay.
Now, that might mean the third round. I don't think Freiermuth makes a ton of sense here at 47. I think that's too big of a reach, but I think probably in the third, and I'm just guessing at this point, but add tight end there if they just don't like any of the guys that they want there. So
I mean, that sounds reasonable to me. It's certainly something to address, and yeah, makes sense. But I did find it surprising. I didn't quite catch it last night, but did find it surprising that wasn't listed. So I'm glad it was at least uh, mentioned now. I didn't even that was an accidental tee up there for that information. Didn't even mean to do that.
Thank you. So what about our top guys? I don't know if you guys saw I posted a list of guys that I thought were worthy of the 47th overall pick. I mean, not including like running backs, quarterback. Not that a quarterback would be good there, but I didn't record any running backs. I left out tackles. I mean, I included Tevin Jenkins, but just positions of need. Is there anybody you guys are looking for? You guys got a top five?
Okay. Five. I put together a quick and dirty kind of list here. It's in.
Oh, read it all then.
It's in decent order. Of course, it was just kind of quick on the fly, but Asante Samuel Jr. is my dream pick in the second round here. That's my pick. Then Tevin Jenkins, Owusu Koromoa, Azeez Ojulari, although apparently there's some degenerative knee issue there. I don't know anything else about that, but obviously that's a medical thing. Landon Dickerson, Richie Grant, Elijah Molden, Christian Barmore, Boogie Basham, Elijah Moore, Trevon Moehrig, Rondale Moore, Tyson Campbell, and then Pat Fryermuth. I would consider De'Ami Brown, Sam Cosmi, Javon Holland, but those were kind of, again, quick and dirty lists.
So, yeah, no, that's a good one. One I didn't include, which one? Molden.
Elijah Molden? Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't on my list, but I've got
Ooh.
like basically 5 corners they could go at this point, and I'd be pretty good with it.
I don't know how we're feeling about tipping, but I just saw who this pick is.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Said it's a good pick, but
okay, Mike, what where are you at? He's at the podium right now about the pick.
About to say it.
Oh, okay. So then we're at the same.
Okay.
Is it gonna be JOK or Tevin Jenkins?
Tyson Campbell.
Yep.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, that's who I didn't think Asante Samuel was gonna have a chance falling, but Tyson Asante were interchangeable for me.
All right.
So Asante Samuel.
That's not a good start for a potential Asante Samuel slide to 47. I think that's a bit of a pipe dream at this point. If especially the first pick before the Jets, which is where I think Samuel's going to go. That's tough. As for my top guys, I wrote something a little bit this morning. You guys maybe saw. It was just 4 players that I wouldn't mind at 47, and those were Elijah Moore, the receiver for out of Ole Miss, especially if they're trying to get ahead of potentially Mike Williams not being here in 2022. Carlos Basham as another kind of traditional defensive end edge rusher for the Chargers. Behind Bosa, you don't really have another one of those guys. He's athletic, 6'3", 270, I think 4 pounds, about 270, 4'6" in the 40. I mean, great athleticism. And then I had Asante Samuel Jr., of course, would love that at 47. Again, it seems more and more unrealistic as we kind of go along here. And then my other one was Trevon Moehrig from TCU. I'm not sure why he's sliding so much. People really don't view the safety class as like not even good. I mean, the fact that one didn't even go in the top round is a little tough. But just 4 guys that I really like. Again, Rondale Moore, if they want to go wide receiver, I wouldn't be upset at that pick. Other cornerbacks, Elijah Molden from Washington, I think is awesome. Paulson Adebo, I'm actually a fan of. I just kind of didn't watch a ton of him and deferred to other people thinking that he might slide a bit. So I wasn't thinking maybe he'd be there. He'd be a pick at 47. I don't like tight end here. Not a big fan. I don't think any tight end available moves the needle whatsoever. I understand the team wants to be a line of scrimmage team, and at the end of the day, a tight end is part of that. But again, Fryermuth, Brevin Jordan, I don't think any of those guys are worth, second, maybe even at their first, third rounder. Tommy Tremble is that type of player, though, the run blocking specialist that he is. But again, tight end in the second, I'm way off of. But that's kind of roughly some of the guys that I'm kind of tossing around right now.
Yeah, I'm with you on Fryermuth. I mean, just kind of of course, we were talking about it before we got on, but they were calling him a baby Gronk. Just an he's not very athletic, but and not very productive, but a guy that projects to be better in the NFL, and I understand it because it's kind of like what they did in the second round with Hunter Henry. Because if you think about Freiermuth and then everybody else below them, I could see why you'd want to take the best player available there, the best tight end, because after that, there's just a lot of guys that are really raw. There's some athletic upside. There's some blocking athletic upside with Brevin Jordan. There's some blocking upside with Tommy Tremble, but and then after that, it's just a bunch of guys. So I get the way of thinking, but I would not go that way either. You guys had mentioned a bunch of corners. I wouldn't mind Melifonwu here either. If Tyson's gone now, but if Samuel goes, Dable goes, I wouldn't mind Melifonwu. You talked about Morig. I think Richie Grant's a good option here, having him as a versatile DB. I love the idea of having him being able to roam. We talked about JOK yesterday. That's just a dream, a pipe dream. Probably not going to happen, but that's probably the only linebacker I'd look at here in the second round. We haven't talked about any defensive tackles. Levi is.
I mentioned Barmore, but I just mentioned.
Oh, right. You
list,
did.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah, Barmore definitely. He's number one for me. And then Levi, I think, adds some athletic upside on the inside. I wouldn't mind that pick either. You talked about Ojulari. We talked about Boogie Basham. Tevin Jenkins is the guy we mentioned. We all talked about Landon Dickerson being an interior guy we like. And one guy we haven't mentioned yet, Wyatt Davis, I think would be a really good option on the inside. And then both the Moores, Rondé Moore, Elijah Moore, I think are really good wide receiver options there. I think fit the Chargers perfectly. That speed option would really be nice in this offense. So that's my list, and that's definitely more than are available here. So one of these guys, a few of these guys, are going to be able to fall to 47.
I think that's kind of the positive thing about this, right? Is that we've listed at least 15, if not 18 dudes, and at least one, if not 4 or 5 of them will be available guaranteed. So that's a big positive here. Someone asked in the chat, and I was going to actually ask this too. Kelvin Joseph.
I got 16 guys, yeah. So that's definitely that's gonna be 3
anyone
guys.
Have any Kelvin Joseph takes? I didn't watch his tape, but I did read some stuff on him earlier today when I was putting together this list.
Who got taken? The chat's going crazy.
Elijah
for the
Moore.
Jets. Oh, maybe we shouldn't tip the pick.
Damn.
I only said it because you asked.
Sorry.
That's fine. I mean, so they get.
All right.
Jamison Crowder's still on the Jets, right?
No.
I thought he was.
Unless he was a free agent, I'm pretty sure he still is.
I thought he went somewhere.
He's in the Jets. He is.
He is? Oh.
Yeah.
So you have Elijah Moore, Jamison Crowder.
His last year on the team is this year, though.
Well, I mean, this is a really good draft for the Jets so far, and you really can't lie. I mean, new quarterback, really good receiver.
Got AVT.
AVT. I mean,
like to have seen Tevin Jenkins paired with AVT and Mekhi Becton. I would have liked to have seen how dominating that could have been. But yeah, I can't really argue with this pick. It's a good, damn good wide receiver.
Yeah. But in terms of Joseph, I mean, he's a guy that I had graded bottom 2, top of 3. So, I mean, depending on what corners are still there, I understand it. I love his versatility, being able to go inside out. I mean, he's pretty polished, but the problem for me is he's really light in the pants, and he's definitely going to need to bulk up. He's a successful tackler, but a guy that can, bounce off of tackles just because he's so light, at least plays light. I think he could do pretty good at a cover 1, cover 3. I mean, I like what he does. There's a lot of good traits there, and a guy that's probably going to take a year or two, but depending on who's still available, I think. So I have So out of the guys that we talked about, Samuel, Adebo, Melifonwu, and then it goes. Who's the name I just said?
Kelvin Joseph.
The guy that you mentioned? No. Daniel, the guy you mentioned.
Oh,
the corner.
Elijah Molden. Elijah Molden. Yeah.
Molden, and then Joseph
Okay.
for me. So it seems that that's my personal rankings. I think he'd be good, but to me he's he's itching towards that third round pick guy. And once you get there, depending on who's there, it all starts to blend together. But I would like him at the top of 3.
Okay.
In terms of an ideal spot. But I think there's a lot to like about him.
So the Broncos just traded up with the Falcons to this pick.
Ooh. Because he can. I mean, Joseph's a guy that can play like in the box and in the open field. I mean, he's got some versatility, and you can move him around, which I do like. I just happen to prefer a couple guys before him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I was again. I did not watch Kelvin Joseph, but I was reading up on him on Brugler and then TDN, and had quite positive things to say about the kid. So.
Yeah. No. I mean, he's not a bad player at all.
5'11", so another sub 6 foot guy. Which I mean, my favorite right now is Asante Samuel, so it clearly doesn't bother me. So.
No, but yeah, Samuel doesn't play. Samuel plays like he's 7 foot.
Yeah. Oh man.
Broncos are celebrating.
So Broncos
Well,
traded.
Of course, they traded up for somebody.
Broncos traded pick 35 and 219 for 40 and 114.
All right.
Oh
Okay.
My God! You want to know who it is?
Yeah.
Sure.
The running back Javonte Williams.
Cool. Great. Hey,
they traded up for a running
they don't
back.
like Melvin
Dude.
Gordon? What the?
Oh man!
Melvin Gordon's punching air right
So
now.
they just.
Guess we'll see
Oh
it in
God,
Freeman
Gordon!
too, huh?
Oh, poor Gordon. No, not poor Gordon, but still.
Yeah, no poor Gordon.
So if people don't want me tipping picks, then I won't. But that just kind of made me chuckle.
Well, I think definitely when we get closer to the Chargers pick, that obviously we'll stop at that to get some real reactions.
Mm-hmm.
Or if the Chargers trade up, then it's my stuff goes off.
And with all those, well, here's the good news: that another player is going to fall to the Chargers, and yeah, man, and they traded up for a running back. Unbelievable, man.
R.I.P. Melvin Gordon in the chat. That's great.
So, Jamie, I don't know if anybody's asking about Jamie, but Jamie's in the middle of a move, so he might not be here today. He might, but probably not. And Stanley's still gone. And please let him know that all the echo and stuff for the 10 minutes was his fault. Again.
Yeah, he's the problem that it happened at all, but it's because of you that it was such a short issue. So
yeah,
so it's a positive
right.
positive for Garrett, bad
Thank
for
you.
Stanley.
Thank you.
Remember,
yep, no, absolutely. Yeah, thank you. Did anybody else feel yesterday that there was a lot of what is Richard saying? Tipping picks is better than playing the game where you debate tipping them each time. Oh, good. Well, okay, let's have a conversation every time a pick comes, and we'll talk about it.
Yep.
For Richard. But for yesterday, didn't you feel like so many teams were overthinking things? Like they had to get Joe Burrow, Chase, his teammate. The Jags had to get Trevor Lawrence, his running back late in the. It's like everybody overthought a lot of it. Like, hey, let's do these. Let's reunite our players again. It's like it doesn't make any sense. It just seems like everybody kind of overthought it yesterday and was like, this makes sense, but in reality, you shouldn't be drafting a running back there when you've got Robinson in Jacksonville, and the Bengals needed tackle help in the worst way. Anybody else feel that way, or is that just me?
Well, I think there was certainly a need with some of those teams, but was that the biggest need for them to address at the time? I don't necessarily think so. So I think that might have been a bit of a forcing issue, but yeah, I don't think it was entirely forced. I think it definitely played a part in it though, because I mean there wasn't any receiver among that would be picked above those top 3, and those teams did need wide receivers. But again, going back to like the Bengals, would an offensive lineman been a better pick there? I think so.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it was kind of half and half. Honestly, I think it was both forcing it and need. But
I love how excited the Broncos are that they got a running back. They traded up for a running back.
Anytime you can trade up for a running back, you have to do it, right? I think that's a rule somewhere.
When has that ever worked out? Just, I'm thinking out loud.
What, reuniting of teammates?
No, I mean trading up for a running back.
Ricky worked out for a while.
Okay,
Then it
so all right.
Then it didn't.
All right, so that was a million years ago.
Yeah,
So nothing recently. Gotcha.
22 years, yeah.
Gotcha.
I don't remember all the trade ups offhand. I mean, they traded up for. Did they trade up for Ryan Matthews?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
They didn't trade up with Miami for Ryan Matthews, or the Niners.
That doesn't sound familiar. I don't think so. But speaking of teammates, you know, we were thinking like, oh, they did.
They traded up. Yeah, they did.
Oh, okay.
From 28 to number 12. Ooh, that was a hell of a move up.
But yeah, we were talking like yesterday about how we were thinking the Dolphins just took Javon Holland. So another safety's going to fall.
The Dolphins did?
Yeah.
Damn.
So that's another safety that's going to fall. But
I'd be fine with Morag here.
Is that the Isley brothers?
That's the first Holland, or that's the first safety. That's first Holland. That's the first safety.
All I know is they took so long to get to the podium.
This is the Isley brothers, man. Let them take their time.
I don't know who the Isley brothers are.
What? So like you're in your top 5 songs. I'm sure at least he's not even listening. I'm sure at least one of your top 5 songs sampled an Isley Brothers song.
I mean, more than likely because that's
Isley Brothers songs are sampled nonstop.
I just turned 27, so if that tells you anything.
So that means that you don't have good musical taste?
Current music is still sampling them.
Look, I like all kinds. I'm the least picky person I know with music.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
And you would know and you don't know who, you couldn't name like you couldn't name an Isley Brothers song. You don't know who you haven't even heard the name?
I've heard the name.
Before
I'll be honest there, it sounds familiar, but
is it,
I'm not going to like flex music knowledge if I don't have it.
But is that...
Like Earth, Wind, and Fire was the first song we played at my wedding.
No,
when we started dancing.
You knew the Isley Brothers because the verses. It was Isley Brothers versus Earth, Wind, and Fire.
But no.
No? Okay.
That's probably where I heard the Isley Brothers name the first time. Now that's coming back to me. But
so
why don't you give me an example
of the Isley Brothers?
Mm-hmm.
Don't Let Me Be Lonely. Is it Harvest Breeze? For the Love of You? I mean, this is like classic R&B.
No.
Between the Sheets? Nothing. It's okay.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I still like old music. One of my favorite songs is by Paul Anka, and that's old as hell. So
Paul Anka.
This one just slipped through the cracks.
Paul Anka is garbage, and I want you to know that here live.
Ooh.
You're garbage.
Ooh, that shot's fired right there.
Not even, man.
Okay, so Eagles pick is in. Bengals have traded with the Patriots, so Patriots moving up for somebody.
Interesting. Hopefully they go sideways like they usually do.
I also would like some chaos, please.
My drink is missing a bit of lime. I'll be right back.
Okay. But what I was gonna say was, are you still there, Mike?
The pick was tipped.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Who was it?
Dickerson. That's a good pick for them.
Dickerson?
Yeah.
Dickerson went to who?
Eagles.
Oh, damn.
Well, Christian Barmore went to the to the Patriots.
Someone just said Lander Dickerson off the board.
Yeah, Dickerson went to the Eagles and Barmore went to the Patriots.
Oh, so the Patriots. Yeah, the Patriots did just trade up.
This list is drying up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still, more guys still falling.
Not that I thought
we'd get running backs taken. Let's get some running backs, some
Bengals
tight
traded,
end.
yeah, 38 to the Patriots.
Okay.
Although I loved his tape, let's get Ojulari taken only because that knee issue is scary. But I saw the little freak thing. I saw some tweet last night. Degenerative knee issue, like damn.
So, so we were talking about teammates, and we were thinking like Sewell made too much sense because of Herbert, but we didn't think about Justin Jackson and Rashawn Slater.
Ah, yes.
So he was right in front of us.
Yeah.
Tom Telesco loves those teammates.
How is this so far behind? It hasn't announced the Eagles pick, and yet we already know the next pick.
Twitter, baby.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
day 2. That's all of day 3 for sure. That's just.
This is nonsense.
So
what is it, 37?
10 more picks.
10 more picks. I don't think they're in trade-up range, if they even consider that.
And after, so the Patriots traded up with Cincinnati at 38.
Yeah.
So
Cincinnati's right ahead
the
of
Panthers have
Chargers.
got to go offensive line here.
Yeah. I bet that could be
Tevin
Ray Dunn's.
or
Tevin.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tevin.
Oh, are these the long-winded pick announcements?
Oh yeah, they've got a guest coming for each pick.
Yeah.
That's Mike
32
Golick.
current.
I haven't seen him in. A
I
few
didn't
years.
recognize him until he got much closer. Yeah, dude, he's thin.
Yeah,
thin.
he lost a bunch of weight.
Damn.
Yeah. Looks good though.
Yeah.
Anyone scout any day 3 Northwestern players? It's actually a very good question.
No.
Because of that connection, of course.
I'm trying to think. Well, see, but now that's too obvious. It's going to be some other teammate that we got to think of.
Where's that?
I'm trying to think.
Got to find some Midwest Ohio area colleges, right? Isn't that a thing for the one that has like Telesco's ear?
Oh yeah, that's Ray Dunn's.
Oh yeah, it is. Panthers 39 traded with the Bears, so Patriots moved up to 38, and then Bears moved up to 39. Trades on trades on trades.
How much is Chicago giving up to keep moving up like that? They must really like the dude they're trading up for them.
I mean, who? Yeah. Maybe. I'm thinking
That might be.
JOK or Tevin Jenkins, maybe.
Well, I'm trying to think of their line.
Because
they've got white-haired James Daniels.
They got to protect Fields now.
I can't think of who else their line has, which I guess answers the question.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so there is a wide receiver that's going to be a Charger. His name is Skowronek.
Ben Skowronek.
He's from Notre
Dame. He played
Dame.
at both Northwestern and
Northwestern.
Oh man, double hitter.
He's a future Charger.
That's the one.
Sorry, I was still looking at this Northwestern thing. Oh, that's a lot better. So, Carolina trades 39 and 151 to Chicago for 52, 83, and 204.
83 is what? Their fourth rounder?
Third. So a second and they said 39 to Chicago for a second, third, and a fifth.
Second, third, and fifth.
Sixth.
Huh.
Second, third, and sixth.
Oh, sixth.
Yeah. What's everyone drinking tonight? I'm still doing my mules. It seemed to work out last night, so there we go.
Dude, I drank all my beers last night, so I'm drinking Lagunitas. And it seems like Mike went fancy on us and got some margaritas.
Ooh, very
Yeah,
good.
as fancy as pre-made strawberry marks can be.
Yep.
But here we are.
That's top shelf stuff right there.
We ordered some underrated Mexican from down the road.
Underrated?
Yeah, underrated. Yeah, it's literally like it's a chain. It's called Abelardo's, and it's basically like fast service. Like it's drive-through and all this stuff, but it is primo. Like there's just nothing else like it that I know of in the state of Iowa. It's awesome.
So the Bears took Tevin Jenkins.
Okay.
Did they? Damn.
Yep. So
Justin Fields and Tevin Jenkins. That's a good draft for them so far.
So there's 6 more picks. JOK still on the board. Samuel's still on the board. I'm gonna go to my
Richie Grants, Ojolari,
Morig.
Elijah Golden, Boogie Basham, Trevon Morig, Rondell Moore.
Yeah. Let me go.
Not
I'm gonna
too
look at
worried.
If this is room where the Chargers could literally trade up by only using their 4th round pick, that's not bad to keep both 3rd rounders.
Yeah, totally.
Totally. Yeah.
So yeah, Asante Samuel's still there. Debo, Melifonwu, Richie Grant, Morig, JOK. Levi's still there. Ojolari, Basham. Wyatt Davis still there, and Rondell Moore. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 guys and 6 picks.
I like the math on that.
Yep. The odds are in our favor, or the Chargers' favor. They're not our favor. We have nothing to do with it, but
As fans of the team.
as fans,
it'd be
okay,
good-
all right, fine.
It'd be good fortune for the fans as well, I think. I think we can let that one slide. Okay, so Liam Eichenberg, was anyone here big on him at all? I personally wasn't. I've watched two film. I didn't even go to a third one. I wasn't a big fan of his. Someone's asked in the chat, so.
I know Jamie was. I mean, he was. He's got pretty good size and athleticism, but I felt like he needed to get better with his hands.
Same.
But he's got long arms, and I hate that he lets guys inside of him too often. But I mean, with the size, athleticism, that good first step, I think he's got enough to be a pretty good left tackle. But he's got to work on those hands for sure.
I was fine with him. I actually started watching him when he was a true freshman a couple of years ago. I was kind of keeping my eye on him, and kind of sucks that his trajectory didn't really exponentially go up, right? Like we would expect, because he followed up like Mike McGlinchey, played for Notre Dame. You just kind of thought he'd ride that wave of fighting linemen that were good, but he's fine. Just not nearly as dominant as I thought he'd be by the time he was entering the draft. He'd be fine, just not anything I'm clamoring for.
So the Falcons took Richie Grant.
Okay,
yeah.
They needed that. They got rid of both their safeties, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, I've got Ray Duns and Mayfield ahead of Eichenberg. I know Jamie loved Eichenberg, but
I didn't watch any
I've caught me
Mayfield.
ahead of him too.
oh,
The athletic profile on Mayfield kind of just, I didn't think it was worth it.
Yeah, I had Cosme ahead of him too, so he's not someone I'd be very happy with right here.
yeah, I'd have a hard time getting with a back-to-back left tackle when you drafted Trey Pipkins in the 3rd round. At this point, he's your swing tackle. He's your backup tackle.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're thinking right tackle, you know that Filer can fill in that spot. So really, it's a better use of your pick to go interior and let Filer kick outside, let Trey Pipkins be your swing tackle, and then get your guy that'll kick inside when Filer goes right tackle, if injuries occur. So
Yeah, for sure. I think like, yeah. So basically, what you're saying is that interior offensive line makes even more
Right.
sense. Like it could be a starter and depth, and also a secondary depth
Yeah.
should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I didn't include any of
100%.
the tackles on that list that we were talking about earlier. It just makes a lot more sense to get an interior guy.
Yeah, right after De'Ami Brown is where I started putting in the OTs because it was only if like all the other guys were gone. So
Yeah.
So
the
why
Lions.
is Merrick falling so far?
The Lions just took Levi. Owanzariki.
On Buzariki, above. Oh no, he's
Yeah,
already gone.
Barmore
Never
went
mind.
to the Patriots.
Yeah.
So defensive tackles are gone off my list. I don't know about your
That's
guys'
fine.
list.
That's fine. The other defensive tackles I have are for third round, so nothing more in the second. Because I have a list of third round guys too. Hopefully they last.
Yeah.
Try to be somewhat prepared.
Do you think JOK is a dark horse for the Chargers simply because of Derwin's injury history, and of course they love their versatility? And how do you not love Jock if it's not, if you care about versatility?
Oh. Yeah. No.
I don't
I mean
know.
that's
He'd be a safety for the Chargers, I believe.
throw in that he's also a Golden Domer. But yeah, no,
Yeah.
totally. I mean, he makes so much sense. Having JOK and now I'm forgetting the guy they traded up for, of course, the linebacker that is their linebacker of the future that I am buying time to remember in my head.
Kenneth Murray.
Thank you. I remembered it before
Oh
you
my
said it.
gosh.
Kenneth Murray and JOK. If you've got JOK and Kenneth Murray like roaming that in the second, third passing downs, and then you've got I'm blanking on all the linebackers today.
Tranquil. It's all good.
And you've got Tranquil on
JOK
early rundowns. I mean that's a pretty good second level. The fact that they can get so athletic with JOK at the second level would be awesome.
And this is Kaiser's last year on this deal too, and I think that's an easy.
Yeah, I mean Nick Vigil's gone,
there, so.
Denzel Perryman's gone. I mean that depth at linebacker isn't there.
Yeah, you got Kaiser, Tranquil, Murray, and then Egbule, Bello, and Christiansen.
Yeah, and
so you
JOK
have White.
has the same sideline to sideline range, or at least close to it, that Murray has, but is way more advanced in coverage than Murray is right now.
Yeah. Yeah. So
like you're gonna deal with the fact that he's 220 pounds and can get swallowed up potentially, but you gotta hope that the athleticism is what also helps him, like keep him from being swallowed up on a consistent basis.
Yeah.
And I think there's something to I think Daniel Jeremiah says this quite a bit, is that if you're having the issue where you say, well, JOK doesn't fit into our defense, then your defense is the problem. Like he's someone who should be able to be added into almost any defense, and you can find a role for the guy,
Yeah, I mean having Derwin, Kenneth, and JOK on passing downs.
Ooh.
I mean the possibilities there with the athleticism is just through the roof. So I would love it. I know linebacker isn't the biggest need, but bring Tranquil in on early downs. JOK playing safety, roaming like Derwin. You could interchange them. Whew. That could be nice.
Who the hell does Tevin Jenkins remind me of?
Like what he looks like?
Yeah.
Twitter was saying he looked like the Chocolate Rain guy.
Tayson Day.
Oh.
That's it. That's exactly it. Yes.
So we have.
Giants traded 42 to Miami, so Miami moved up. Everyone is moving up right
So
now.
we know Detroit is going to take Levi here, which is fine. He was like my very last guy to add to the list. He was like right in the middle of the second round. He doesn't quite fit the Chargers anyway. Kind of a lean defensive tackle, and they've got enough of those.
Yeah, I wasn't. Other than Barmore, Onwuzurike was a little bit further
Yeah.
down my list. I would have taken Barmore only because of he shouldn't have been still around, but there's a second round need at this point. Not that they shouldn't address it, but
Yeah.
that's more of a third round feeling for me.
Yeah, no, there's some good depth towards the bottom here. The end of 3, early 4.
That Milton Williams kid
Yeah.
would be a fun one, but that's third round. We have a
Yeah. Milton Williams, Bobby Brown, which I think we had mentioned on our mock draft show. We talked about Odigizua.
USC kids.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna go grab a beer. Another one. Go back.
Go. So Taz asks in the chat, will Samuel get past the Niners and the Cowboys?
The Niners, that's going to be a rough one to get past for sure.
So
and
the
Cowboys,
Niners,
have you missed out on one in the first
yeah.
round? Ooh.
The Niners have Emmanuel Mosley, who they signed to an extension. They re-signed Jason Verrett, and I think they still have Akella Witherspoon as well, who isn't that great, but they still have players there at the position. As for Dallas, Trevon Diggs, did Chidobe Awuzie sign elsewhere? I have a feeling he did. They've got Jordan, what's his name? Jordan something.
Jordan Lewis from
Jordan
Michigan.
Lewis.
Yeah.
Okay, Jordan Lewis. They've got Trevon Diggs, and then whoever their third guy is, if Awuzie is still there or not. I do not know.
Cheeto is with the Bengals.
Okay, so they need a third corner.
Yeah, because their corners, C.J. Goodwin, Jordan Lewis, Rashard Robinson, Anthony Brown. Yeah, no, they definitely need a corner. Trevon Diggs. Yeah, that's a need for sure.
Hey, they got Taron Killam on the screen. Oh, I forgot he's a Rams fan. Bummer. Cam Jordan cut his hair.
San Francisco traded 43 to Las Vegas, so San Francisco traded back.
So Vegas jumped in front of us.
Yeah.
Well,
Every
jumps in
pick
front of
is
Dallas,
traded,
Jacksonville.
man.
There's shit, man. The Chargers must really want these picks because there's no other reason why they wouldn't be trading up with players that are on the board and still this close to their pick. They're 5 picks away.
Mm-hmm.
And that's easily, you could just be like, here's a 4th, go up and get who you want.
Right now, these are still being traded for a 3rd. But yeah, if you're only moving up 4 or 5 spots like they would be right now. Yeah. Dallas worries me. Dude, phone is going off.
They just called Levi's pick.
Okay. So it only cost the Niners a 7th round pick to go from 49 to 43.
A 7th?
Yeah, to go from 48. Wait.
Do you know who the Dolphins took?
That is
Sorry. I'm sorry. Vegas traded a 4th rounder to go from 48 to 43. So it cost a 4th.
Did you guys see who the Dolphins got?
No, we haven't.
They got Liam Eichenberg. So more guys
Okay.
falling down
Okay.
the board.
That's fine. We're just saying that with, like, right now, the cost to move up for whoever you want seems to be a 4th.
Do it.
That's what the Raiders just did, so I'm saying the Chargers could then theoretically trade up for a 4th to go get Samuel if one of the teams in front obviously wants to let that happen.
Yeah.
Well, the Dolphins pick is in. Vegas just traded up, so they're not going to trade back. So it'd be Dallas. They're going 47 to 44. That might even be more of a 5th rounder instead.
That sucks because we were just talking about how Dallas probably wants a corner.
Oh.
Yep. That's a concern.
Yeah. Jacksonville wouldn't want one. Cincinnati, probably not. They've got other needs. They need the offensive line. So Dallas is the only thing I think stopping Asante Samuel Jr. from landing with the Chargers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Jaguars, Bengals.
Vegas doesn't need the one. They just got Damon Arnett, Trevon Mullen last year. So literally Dallas is the only thing stopping that.
Jaguars
And they were a guy
Trevor
that they were a
Henderson,
team
Shaq
really in on offensive line, but they took Micah Parsons. So
True. So Dallas could be
Yeah.
offensive line. You're right.
If they want to go Ray
They
Duns,
need corner pretty badly.
Ray
though.
Duns would be pretty good here for them.
Bengals.
Who was the Dolphins' left tackle in this past season, though? Anyone remember? Oh, we thought that was Austin Jackson.
Hmm.
You know what? Liam's probably going to play right tackle because I think they're moving Robert Hunt inside.
Yeah, they are. That's what
Yeah.
they were saying when they got.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so Liam's moving to right then. Got Alex Bars in there. I'd take Alex Bars. He fits the whole make your offensive line bigger thing. He'd be the biggest lineman on the team besides Filer.
Who do you want here?
Like who do I want? For
No,
the
who were you
Chargers?
just talking about? Would make the team bigger?
Bars. Alex Bars, the guard from Notre Dame in like
Oh,
the third or fourth.
you're talking about later. I thought you were talking about now.
Yeah. No, sorry, I was just
Okay,
talking
okay.
because they were showing Notre Dame.
Okay.
Liam Eichenberg allowed 0 sacks in the last 2 years.
Raiders took Morrig.
Ah, bummer.
Did they?
Yep.
Okay.
So that means
So he's going to pair with Carl Joseph, who they just re-signed in free agency.
So Asante Samuel Jr., Owusu Koromoa, Aziz Ojulari, Elijah Molden, Boogie Basham, Rondell Moore, Pat Fryermuth.
I bet Jock has a chance to go to the Bengals.
man.
I can't think of who their linebackers are right now.
Right? Their linebackers are Akeem Davis-Gaither, Jermaine Pratt, Logan Wilson.
They took.
So 2 of those guys they got last
Yeah,
year.
they can't pass on offensive line here.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they got
So-
Jonah Williams.
To be honest, then it looks like there's no reason why Jock wouldn't fall straight to the Chargers. So it seems like he will be available.
1, 2, 3. So we need to find out 44, 45, 46. Dallas, Jackson. Okay.
Wait, Daniel in the chat. This other Daniel saying, do I have the names wrong? Alex Barr is not the one.
Yeah, you're
He's-
thinking you're thinking of Aaron Banks, I think, right?
Aaron
Notre
Banks.
Dame.
Yeah.
I'm on the right course.
Okay.
I've been following Notre Dame for way too long. I know all those guys way too mixed up. So excuse me, Aaron Banks. Thank you, Daniel, for correcting me there. We'll call you Daniel too.
Daniel too. Yeah.
Narzizian. That's a sweet last name. That's how you pronounce it.
Oh, there's a. Oh yeah.
Is this a pick that we're gonna LOL at? Oh wait, no, we already know who they picked.
Yeah, it's more.
This was a good pick.
My.
I had the Raider fan base in my mentions last night, and all through today it continued, and
About
it
what?
was incredible. So it was the tweet about how the person in the Chargers building LOL'd at the Raiders.
Oh,
pick. Did you not have something similar?
Yeah, but I put AFC West team.
No. Well,
I was being vague. I didn't want to upright and say, hey, I know a guy.
yeah, that's fine. But basically you
That's
had. So honest to God, I woke up and it had 900 likes.
Oh, really?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, like I when I clicked on it this morning, I'm not lying when I say this. When I clicked on it, I was like, oh, I think this is around 100. Like it was popular.
Yeah.
I clicked it. It said 880 this morning, and I went, oh my goodness. Basically, like you just had Raiders fans shitting on the Chargers for all the normal reasons, right? Like saying we don't have fans, saying we haven't won anything, blah blah blah. And then someone tagged like a radio host that covers the Raiders in Oakland or something, and he just like went on this long ass quote tweet of it,
Uh-huh.
and I think I just responded with the Waka Flocka gif
Uh-huh.
where he's just like, okay, like, but anyway, it was just that's what I got all last night and today of people arguing about nonsense. The Raiders are something else.
Yeah.
That is the perfect way to summarize them, indeed. Something.
What's
Raiders
funny?
We already knew. We don't know the Cowboys or Jags or Bengals yet, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
I don't know about any of you guys, but like, of course, I grew up here in Iowa, and before I was even into football all that much, I was able to associate, or I started associating the Raiders logo with people that are sketchy. Like, I'm not kidding at all. Like, if I even right now, I look back at everyone I know who was a Raiders fan that I've met here in Iowa, they're all they're dudes you just don't want to be around. Like, there's something about that fan base that, like, there's good fans in the Raiders fan base, but, like, there's something about it that attracts just characters, man.
It's funny. Growing up, where I grew up in Central Valley, um, it's Raiders, Niners, and then third is like Cowboys. So I can't really say that because there's a lot of uh, uh, overwhelming majority of like my friends and people I grew up with Raiders fans. But I will say that you have that negative stereotype out there for a reason. But my dad and my brother actually went to a game in Oakland, and they were in the black hole, and they said those were like some of the best guys they ever watched a game with. And even though they were in like Chargers uniforms and like decked out, they said that like the actual black hole, it wasn't like that kind of vibe at all. It was actually really really good time.
I mean, I believe it. Like, I used to think Iowa Hawkeye fans were the best, some of the best fans in the world, and then there was the whole speaking out about like racial injustice and stuff, and then you saw real quick how nope, I was Iowa. But anyway, Lucas in the chat asked me how I became a fan of the Chargers, being from Iowa. So just real quick, my dad is from Northern California. He's from Rohnert Park, California, which is about 30 minutes north of San Francisco, and he grew up a Niners fan, but also really liked watching Eric Coryell in those years. And being from Iowa, we don't have a professional sports team, so when it kind of came time to me like getting into football, I looked around and I was like, Packers colors are ugly, Bears colors are ugly, Lions are boring, and like the Vikings at the time, I was like, I just didn't care. Like, it just nothing was special. And then when I was whatever age during the 2006 season, I remember was looking at TV once, and they were showing how LT won the MVP and all their highlights and stuff, and I was just like blown away by how cool the Chargers were. I loved the blacked out visor from LT. Thought the jerseys were so cool. And then I always kind of liked things that no one else really did around me. Like, if everyone else was a Kansas City, Lions, Packers fan, I didn't want to be that. I wanted to pick my own team. So I ended up just sticking with the Chargers, and then stuck through all this stuff, became an adult, and still like them. So here I am.
Yeah, well, that's great. Cool. Rappaport just tweeted why Morrig has been falling. They said that he injured his back while training, and he wore tape at his workouts. He got an MRI, and it revealed some issues, so clearly that affected his stock.
Oh, shit. Yeah. That'll do it. Oh, yeah, this is the Cowboys. Yeah, every year.
This could very well be a run on tackles. Back to back to back to back. Back to back to back.
You think Chargers could go tackles?
No, Dallas, Jacksonville, Cincinnati.
Oh, Dallas went Kelvin Joseph, apparently.
Oh, they did?
That's what everyone in the chat was saying.
Oh, see, I'm not watching Twitter anymore because I don't want to catch the Chargers pick. Accidentally.
Oh, I'm not on Twitter. It was just the chat here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. we have an Iowa. Excuse me. Go ahead.
Don't tip the Chargers pick when we get to that time, please.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna minimize that. Real quick.
I was just gonna say we have an Iowan, former San Diegan, moved to Iowa in '99. Clayton in the chat. To you and Waukee. I'm in Des Moines, so we're not too far away from each other.
Was anyone else at the Murph after Chargers beat Steelers? No, that was, I think, 5.
I was born. Actually, I wasn't born yet. April '94. So I will say this though, because there's other corners going ahead of Asante Samuel Jr. What's the knock on him about him falling? Why is he
size? Size, I guess.
Just size.
Hey, Derwin just tweeted a bunch of emoji eyeballs, as in Florida DB, you know?
Yeah. Someone just said Jags got Walker Little, in which case, wow.
What? Already?
They talked about the the run on tackles, man, for people that want them.
But yeah, I haven't seen him play football in almost 2 years.
Has Sam Cosme went, or am I?
No,
No,
no.
it's not going yet.
Cosme, Dylan
And
Raduns,
Mayfield
whatever.
haven't gone yet.
Ravens
No.
was a guy that they were thinking was going to sneak into the bottom of the first round.
Yeah, totally.
Or Brady Christensen, he's still there too.
Yeah,
I know
but
he's
Brady's
older,
more of a true third rounder than the other ones.
Okay.
And even he's got a ton of upside, man. Brady Christensen tested really well, played on a good offense that ran the ball very well. I wouldn't be mad about him at all if for whatever reason.
All right, so if this is okay, so Walker Little goes to Jacksonville, which means Cincinnati might go.
The only pick
tackle.
left, so I'm minimizing chat.
Yeah. All right, so this could literally come down to there's a very, very, very good chance this comes down to Asante Samuel Jr. and Jock.
In which case, yes. Like, I mean, you're not gonna hurt me either way.
If you got to choose,
Yeah,
who you picking?
Oh, Asante Samuel. He was my number one coming in. If they would have traded to 33 and gotten Asante Samuel, I would have been ecstatic. He's my guy. He's my pick.
The Bengals just drafted Jackson Carman, apparently.
Wonderful.
Holy shit, really?
Yeah.
No, wait. The Bengals got Carmen? Okay. Wow, so people really are going up to get tackles, and I guess Carmen was supposed to be a guard in the NFL.
Yes, yeah. I thought he was more of a third rounder. So hey, we'll take that. All right, here we go.
I have both Samuel and Mora up in case I got to start writing either one. If it's not one of those two, then Lord have mercy.
All right. So we want Asante. I agree with you, Asante Samuel. I'm not going to look at my phone. Hopefully nobody texts me. I'm not going to look at who that is. Asante Samuel Jr. for sure, number one. Jeremiah would be great. Moore would be really good here.
Yeah.
Let's just look at this list. I'm just gonna name off the guys that were on my list that I'm good with here. Man, you know what's wild is on all the mocks, Slater was not there in the first round for the Chargers, and Asante Samuel Jr. was not there in the second round for the Chargers, and yet they're both there. All right, I've got Asante Samuel Jr., Adebo, Melifonwu, of course JOK, Ojulari, Basham still available, Wyatt Davis, the guard, and Rondell Moore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guys, and I'm good. It's pretty good odds.
Mike, who do you got? Who you feeling here?
Oh, no, this needs to be Samuel Jr. I think that makes the most sense because of what the corner room looks like right now. And if this is Brandon Staley's defense, as we know, the very first thing he says that he wants in a corner is guy who play man coverage. And I think Samuel Jr. is the best man corner that's on the board and available right now. Because once we go past this pick, I think before they pick again at 77, guys like an Elijah Molden, Ifeatu are probably gone. I mean, I just don't see how they can't go corner here because I think the talent drops off quite a bit.
All right, so Daniel, if you hear the pick, don't tip it. I'm gonna listen live, okay? Bengals pick is about to go. Same for you, Mike?
Yeah, I got everything minimized. My phone's flipped over.
But you got Goodell walking to the podium, announcing the
For the Chargers pick?
for the Cincy pick.
Cincinnati, he's at the podium right now. Yeah.
All right, then I will mute and turn off I'll just turn mine off, and then when you guys, I'll just follow up yours.
All right.
That guy has a sweet jacket on.
Ooh, come on.
Oh man, I'm like 10 seconds behind you, Mike.
Are you
I'm like a minute ahead, so mine's off.
Nope, Jackson Carmen. Okay, now I'm live. We live, Jackson Carmen. I
So
can't
I'm
believe
behind
that.
you guys. Well, I guess I'm on NFL Network. You're on. Yep, the name just came
I'm on
across for Jackson.
ESPN.
Yeah, Carmen there, man, is
That's wild.
wow. He was someone people didn't really, believe in too much. They assumed he was going to go guard.
Yeah.
He looks way bigger than 317. He's a big boy.
The pick is
Come
in for the
on.
Chargers already.
Oh, please be him.
That tells me they ran for somebody.
Yep.
So I know we all kind of want Asante Samuel, but with JOK, like, we'll be cool, right?
Oh yeah, the eight names I listed earlier.
He was DJ's 15th ranked player overall. I mean, unless there's an injury we don't know about, like, that's insane value.
No, I bet people are worried about the size.
Yeah, but then you just play him at what he can do.
Which is anywhere.
That's got to be the only concern because his tape is, man. I literally his tape for me. I want to say was my third corner.
Man.
It was crazy.
All gas. I love
my
it.
TV's off.
Okay.
Did they go to break?
Not yet. We're watching somebody celebrate.
to
I
break.
don't know who it is. I think it's
The pick is in, just came across the bottom.
Okay.
Because that damn break every time before the Chargers pick, man. I want to see if that.
Oh yeah,
still,
went to break.
you know,
Yep, went to break.
Ha! Fucking every time, man. Every gosh dang.
Yeah, that is mad annoying and awfully
Wow.
weird.
Mhm.
What is that? So.
Oh my god, I just flipped over my phone without realizing it. I didn't see anything.
Okay. The chat, chat, we're not looking at you guys, so you guys don't tip a pick for anybody in the chat, but we're definitely not looking if you guys got questions or anything.
My screen is our Skype, and then a draft guide on the other screen to quickly look up in case I have to find some Division III player.
Yeah, to me, getting this pick in as quick as they did means that they didn't go sideways or anything. It was like there is a clear guy that they were hoping would fall.
Mhm.
And if they do.
Okay, I know it's like probably like any moment here, but disaster pick. Who would be disaster pick for either of you?
I think taking any other corner.
So like Elijah Molden would be a disaster pick for you.
I guess disaster would be a strong word for
Yeah.
it, but it would be confusing. I just think anybody else would be so confusing.
I would say Freiermuth would be a big letdown. I would logistically understand, but that would just like with everybody on the board here, there's so much talent. Getting more would be an instant upgrade for that offense. Getting Asante Samuel would be unreal. I don't see how they can't go Asante Samuel or one of these corners here because they need corner help bad. That depth chart is ugly. And Chris Harris is getting long in the tooth and did not look good last year. So, to me, I mean, I want Asante Samuel, but if they go with Debo or Melifonwu or anybody else, I might understand it. But if you go Freiermuth, I mean, with everybody on the board, you're going to just go for a all-right tight end. I wouldn't love that. But Jock here would be sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Asante Samuel, I want more. Rondell Moore is my third. But any of those guys that were on my list, I can make a case for them. I get it. All right, man, come back from
same.
break already.
I think
Shit.
I think going on like a defensive lineman right now or something, or a running back, obviously,
God.
would be just disastrous.
Oh,
Freiermuth, I get why they would have a need, but I'd be so underwhelmed with that. So just like, come on.
All right, they're back. Can you hear my TV or hear the feed?
I hear someone's.
I can hear a little bit of a TV. I'm turning mine up now a little bit.
I appreciate that. That way I know.
Are you on
I can hear the
ESPN
pick.
or NFL Network, Mike?
No, I'm on NFL.
Can you go on ESPN?
I guess, but if I miss it.
All right, don't. It's fine.
All right.
Pick is in. Hank Bauer. Here we go. I'm turning it up.
Yep. Former special team star Hank Bauer.
Sweet. Oh, come on. Please be Samuel. Please be Samuel.
Come on.
Oh, I can hear it.
Good.
Come on.
Yes! Yes! Oh my God! Let's fucking go! Yes!
What?
Oh my God,
They did
dude!
it!
This was
Let's go!
Are
the
you
best
serious?
1-2 combination the Chargers could have got. By far the best. Asante Samuel. Oh my
What?
God, dude! Oh!
They're playing.
They haven't had to move, and they got these guys. Are you kidding me?
Oh! You guys talk
I'm
about
trying to-
Samuel. I'm beside myself at the moment.
Okay, so this play right there, they just showed it. It was a comeback route, and he jumped before the ball was even thrown. As far as all the corners, all the top corners, I felt like he had the best ability to read what was going on with the offense and react. Now, he didn't have quite the explosion that like Horn did, but it was enough to get there because he can read that quickly. So I feel like that kind of ability kind of negates some of the issues with his size. If he goes up against, let's say, oh my God, the monster in Seattle who went second round, he goes up against him, he'll get
DK
bodied.
Metcalf.
Yeah, DK. But then again, what corner in the league wouldn't? So it's like I'm not worried about his size because he makes up for it with his ability to read the offense and what's going on and react to it. I am absolutely in love with it. He can play press, he can play off. Either way, he's good. I feel like he's scheme versatile. Everything about his tape I was in love with. I fell in love instantly watching him. Oh my God, I'm so happy. Whoo! Going back into the chat here, and yeah, there was a lot of
Here's my thoughts.
LFGs. Let's goes.
Here's everything I've got when watching Asante Samuel. This dude is the ultimate gambler. He jumps everything. He has the ability to read quarterbacks. He reads receivers' routes. His instincts are one of the best of this class. Though he's undersized, like we talked about, he makes up for how fucking scrappy he is with the ball in the air. He plays like he is 7 feet tall, even though he's whatever he is. Too short for a corner for some. He is the ultimate guy who's gonna bring swag to this DB class, to this locker room. I feel like at times he can get swallowed up in the run game, but he's gonna be a fucking problem in zone. Just let him play off and work with what's in front of him. To me, when watching him, this is Marcus Peters. Like, he might get beat every once in a while, like Marcus Peters does, because he's a little bit undersized, but the plays that he's going to make are going to wash all that out. He's going to jump routes. He's going to make plays. This is a ball hawk, dude. This is the best case scenario for the Chargers. This Slater Samuel, like we were talking about before this pick, they weren't supposed to be there. Neither of them were supposed to be there. In every mock you've done, Slater was never there. Samuel was never there. Samuel's a first-round pick for a lot of people. And to get a Florida State guy with Derwin and to add more swag to this locker room, man, and this DB class and these corners, this was the absolute best 1-2 punch for the Chargers. This is an A. I mean, Slater's A+, and we may have added a couple pluses during the feed, but this is like, I mean, this is ascending, man. I'm about to float. This shit is wild. They got Asante Samuel in the second? Oh, this is the business, dude. I can't even believe this.
So go if you anyone watching or anyone here, go watch the Miami tape from 2020, and it was crazy. They refused to throw to his side the entire first half, so much so they actually moved him to the other side of the field starting in the third quarter. It was insane what they did with him because they were just completely afraid of throwing towards Asante Samuel. Man, what he was able to do against North Carolina just completely shut down those wide receivers, and both wide receivers are getting drafted, one today and one tomorrow, and it's oof, man. Now, if you want to see a bad rep as far as what Garrett was talking about, kind of biting, go watch Pittsburgh 2020. It was a stop go, and he bit hard on the stop, and the guy got behind him on the go. But again, that was rarely did it come back to bite him that hard. But yes, he does take some risks. But man, when it pays off, it's great. I personally loved him equally in press or off. I thought he was fantastic in both. Yeah, no, I couldn't be happier with this. I liked him more than Newsom. Like, this is how much I liked him. Like, it was.
Oh,
Man.
Aaron Banks just went.
We got Asante Samuel. I mean, yeah, sure, that sucks.
Yeah,
but we got
I know.
Asante
I was
Samuel,
just saying
man.
it's earlier than I thought he'd go.
Yeah, yeah. Woo! Oh man, I am.
Hey, listen, and I gotta say, man, shout out to Brandon Staley. This is, to me, this is so this is Asante Samuel and this defense with Staley. I mean, if you love Asante Samuel at Florida State, I mean the thing that Staley's gonna get out of Samuel is unreal. I can't believe this, and I know
That's
Telesco's the GM and all that, but. Let's be honest. I mean, Telesco has had a lot of hit and misses in this day 2. He's got a lot of hits in round 1. It seems like every other year. In day 3, he's got a lot of great depth and had some hits in day 3. But day 2 is when he misses. He didn't miss with this, and I think Staley has a lot to do with that. But, dude, this is the best case scenario. This is the best case. They weren't supposed to be here. Slater was not supposed to be there. Samuel was not supposed to be here. And everybody passed. And these great players fell into the Chargers' lap. So, dude, again, I'm floating. This is unreal. I can't believe this shit. Man.
So Lucas in the chat, is Asante Samuel Jr. comparable to his dad? So the two traits I would say that are comparable for sure. One Garrett brought up is the biting. Like he takes risks. He will take risks. And that's Asante Samuel was known for that. But also his tackling isn't exactly, the best. He makes the business decisions when it comes to tackling.
And to be fair, a lot of college DBs do that,
True. Yes. Yeah. Man.
Dude. Yeah.
I mean, my drink isn't fresh, but cheers to everyone in the chat and everything. This is one hell of a start, man.
Cheers.
One hell of a start.
And when I was watching his 2020 tape, 0 TDs given up. 3 interceptions.
Yeah. Yep. He had that knockaway or the deflection they showed in the highlights there, but it was in the corner. I want to say against North Carolina, and it was perfectly in the air. Played it, man.
This dude is a monster in off coverage. He's got unbelievable ball skills and instincts. I think a lot of teams try to target him on jump balls in college because he's a little bit undersized, but 0 TDs last year. And he had over 100 coverage snaps, according to PFF. I think it was 110. Oh, Rondell Moore just went to the Cardinals.
Damn it. That offense is insane.
Get Kyler help, man. I could give a shit right now.
Cliff Kingsbury is... Oh, my God.
Like the Broncos could get Jock right now, and I could give a shit. Chargers got Asante Samuel and Rashawn Slater.
I don't think people in Arizona are freaking out enough.
You're not killing my vibe today, Mike.
I mean, I'm not trying to. It's just...
So you guys said Aaron Banks went to the Niners?
Yep.
I'm just updating the guys I have on my list here. Man, what a damn start.
Dude.
So I'm drinking mules for the rest of the draft, boys. 9 a.m. tomorrow. I'll be drinking.
Do it, dude. Keep doing it. Yeah. Yeah. The thing
so
that
I don't know if you guys saw, but Kuiper already had us as a winner from day one. So I mean, it seems like everyone is in consensus that they're killing it so far.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I can't even process who's already gone at this point, man.
And man, if they want to kick him inside, I mean, he could play outside. I have no doubt about that. But if they want to kick him inside when Chris Harris is gone, whew, there's a lot of upside here. A lot of possibilities with a guy like Asante Samuel Jr. I'm telling you, I mean, this is like Marcus Peters without I don't know his attitude, but this is unreal.
Let's see here. Because this always matters to me, Asante Samuel wore 26 in college, and we happened to cut a 26 before the season. So 26 is available as well. 2 players, and both their numbers have been available. That's how they're doing it.
So if one of these next picks are good, we know Staley's taking over the draft room, right? Because Telesco doesn't make good third round picks. Like, yeah. Yo, and to be honest with you, they could draft a punter and a long snapper here, and I could give a shit. Dude. Oh.
That's how it be.
Woo. Damn.
I literally had pulled up draft guide to the corners just so I could look up a fourth rounder that I hadn't watched, just in case they reached on someone here. Man, I was worried. I was worried.
Oh man.
Dude, I'm telling you, through all the press conferences and stuff we've had with Staley and stuff, Staley honestly thinks like kind of like the rest of us. It's weird. Like for anyone who covers the draft. And,
nice.
I mean, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
But like, you know, someone, I think one of the biggest things for him to do when he was like, let me make this clear, they're edge rushers. They're not this or that or whatever. They're edge rushers in this defense. Like it was such a modern millennial thing to say football-wise that it's just perfect.
Yeah, man.
Okay, I might hop off to see if the Chargers are having him on a press call right now.
Okay.
Let me see, because the thing I got said log on soon after the pick. So I'm going to go check that out. So everyone, I'm going to go talk to Asante Samuel Jr., I think.
Oh, here we go. Listen to him brag.
Oh,
Yesterday with the squats, today's the interview. Okay.
Sorry about it. All right, hold it down. I'll be right back. If they're not doing it right now, I will be right back. Bye.
Stubbs.
Yo.
I got a pee, so this is the Stubbs show, all right? All right, talk with the chat. I'm back now. Yeah. What's up? You're kidding. You've been muted this whole time? You're kidding. Oh. How could you be muted? Check your mic. Is anything... Oh. Yeah. Wow. So you're... Wow. And nobody heard you? How could that have happened? Did your, What's up? Stebbs is muted. Did your, Alright, hold on. Yeah, alright, hold on. Okay, hold tight, guys. Why would that have happened? I just walked away. Nope. Oh, for... Yeah, I think Stebbs... I think Mike messed everything up. And also, none of this is my fault. It never will be. It never has been. So I just want to make that very clear. Okay, let me see. Oh, Jalari went to the Giants. Okay, gotcha. Cosme went to the football team. I'm just reiterating whatever Steb says, so that you guys can hear him, even though you can't hear him, which is so awesome. Did I get excited and just messed everything up? Where? Hey, man. Listen. There's... I don't... Man, nobody can hear this, and I want you to repeat it so everybody can hear it. Hold on a second.
I mean, you're over here running the best Chargers podcast, and it's not even active. It's not even active anymore. It's bullshit.
Let's see what this is all about. Okay.
Lee says he blames Target.
They work me too hard, man.
That's a callback right there. That's great.
Yes. Thank you.
All we need now is
good callback, Lee. Good callback. Hey, Lee, you stream. Come over here and help us.
Lee streams?
Yeah, man. He does Smash Bros.
Ooh.
You got to go check him out.
Panthers traded to the Browns.
He's good. He's back. Yeah. Okay. Daniel.
I'm on?
Sorry. Yes, you're on. So
you
you're
had to
good
repeat
now.
what I said, didn't you?
Now, yes. Please repeat. What were you going to say? You don't want you to shine. Why?
Oh, man. I can't recall my memories.
No. What you said was,
honestly, it's
you've already got a successful podcast
that isn't even running anymore.
That isn't even
going
going
anymore. I'm trying to shine. You're over here with a successful podcast, and I just want my little slice of this. And you're going to be, nope, you got to shut me down. Best Chargers podcast doesn't even run anymore, and you still can't let no one else shine. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? I'm of course talking about Score More. That's of course what I'm referencing.
Of course, yes, the Best Chargers podcast. Score More. I know we got a bunch of Score Morons in the chat.
Score Mormons.
Score Mormons. Score Mormons. I got a new name. Score Mormons.
Hey, if Brady Christiansen's taken, we know his nickname.
I'm on to Jack and Coke because it's gonna be a night, man.
It's gonna be a night. Oscar Castro, because he's speaking to my heart here.
So wait, before you go.
Wow.
Before you start, Stebbs, what were you saying when I left? What was the thing that you were going on about? Because a lot of people probably want to hear. I don't know what your take was, so I'm just gonna stay quiet.
Oh no, it was nothing. I just asked them what positions they were wanting to target in the third. I was just gonna try to get some interaction with the chat since no one was here.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you were asking them questions?
Yeah.
And they weren't hearing you?
Yeah.
Awesome.
But no, someone asked about Fresno State players. The only one that could even potentially be drafted is Cyrus Tuatelli, offensive guard. It was actually a surprise he left early. Don't know why he did, to be honest with you. He's not worth being drafted, in my opinion. So no, nothing like last year where I was high on Michael Walker. who was great for Atlanta, by the way. But no, nothing really for Fresno State this year.
Okay. Has Jock been drafted since I stepped away?
Not yet. Not yet.
Really? What's going on?
Someone in the chat earlier said something about Matt Miller having information on it, which would be the first time Matt Miller has inside information on anything. No, I'm kidding.
and it being right? Yeah.
Why is a Randy Macho Man Savage look-alike on stage right now?
Yeah, I don't know either. Did the Browns pick, or is he just going to dance around?
Oh, yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, dude, I'm doing Hulk Hogan. Hold on. Give me the Randy... What's Randy Savage's theme song? Sing it in the chat. No, I'm kidding. What? Do you know what it is?
Sing it? No, I don't.
All right.
It's been a minute, man.
I know. And I was just going to start singing Real American, but that's obviously Hulk Hogan, and I'm not... You know,
see, and I knew him from the NWO days, so I don't even know. You know, before he turned heel in the 1996 Bash at the Beach, which was an amazing pay-per-view, by the way.
All right. Hold on. Hold on a second. Ah. Da-da-da.
That was his entry music?
Randy Savage's theme song was the graduation song?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Is that for real? Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
That can't be real.
Is that wrong? No, it's real. His theme song is Pop and Circumstance? Get out of here.
That's actually fantastic.
Class of 2021.
Lee was right. He did sing it in the chat. He was right.
Wow. Unbelievable. This was really Class of 2021. Today we salute you. This is a day unlike any other day.
As someone who went back to college after a
Seuss.
very long time and will be graduating in 2 weeks, I accept this. So
When do you graduate?
in 2 weeks,
You graduate in 2 weeks from high school?
college.
Let's go.
Well played. Yeah. 2 weeks.
I'm gonna play this while the Browns pick Jock.
Oh,
Goodbye,
Browns took
Jock.
They took Jock.
Goodbye. It's been a dream, but the Chargers got Asante Samuel Jr. So again, we could give a shit. Good for them, but I don't care. Yes. Put some quote here for the class of 2021. Wait, when do you graduate again? Sorry.
In 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
That's dope. What's your degree in?
Finally. Psychology, so I still have a lot more college to go, but...
Psychology?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, look at you.
I know.
Wow. What do you mean you got a lot to go? What are you talking about?
Grad school, man.
Oh.
Trying to get my PhD, so got a long way to go.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Tell Lee
Thank
he
you,
can't
thank you.
leave.
Nice, Devin. Congrats. Thank you. Oh, congratulations to you. Graduating next Friday, Nathan. Good for you.
Oh, tight, Nathan.
Micah
Awesome.
as well. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Micah, I don't know.
I think you had it.
Lee's gonna bounce.
That's what I'm saying. He can't leave.
I know. Were you here for the second pick, or did you join afterwards? That matters.
Yeah. Were you here to witness the greatness of Asante Samuel Jr. being drafted? Kenny going to grad school too. Look at that. Marine biology.
Hell yeah. Good for you, Kenny.
Yeah, that's dope. Save the ocean and save the whales for us, Kenny.
Sorry, I missed that.
Please.
Also, Just Tails graduating in 2 weeks as well. Congratulations to you too.
Oh, man.
Everyone that's graduating, congratulations to y'all. Big accomplishment.
Wait, Mike is bragging? What is he bragging about, Oscar? Also, Daniel, do you want to sit here and talk about the Stanford prison experiment, or do you want to save that for the next time?
when you consider the fact that that's taught in every damn psychology class, I'm
Yeah,
good.
which I took psychology in college, so that's why I know.
There you go. Yeah, I'm sure Milgram's was also something that you
Let me see
were
what else.
exposed to
I'm
as
trying
well.
to think of.
What about the Bandura, the dolls, Super Clown dolls? Yeah, there's that one that's super popular as well.
The Milgram experiment. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that Milgram. Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Right. That was in like Nazi Germany, right? Wasn't that?
No. You had Milgram, you had Skinner, you had Bandura. Those are like the big three that are taught in like every psych class.
But I'm saying, wasn't that about like obedience and authority, like right at? Am I wrong on that?
So you have the Milgram experiment was the obedience. Yeah, that was the one where they were strapped to a box that was pretend shocking people.
Right.
They weren't actually being shocked.
Right. And then they would tell them, they would order them to keep shocking them, even though they weren't being shocked.
Yeah, even though they could hear them in the other room, supposedly hear them in the other room, literally pleading for their life.
And that was Yale, right? Am I right on that? Can I show off some knowledge here? Am I right?
It was Yale. Yes, it was Yale. Yeah, it was Yale.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
What percentage of people went all the way, even though they knew it would result in death? What percentage?
Was it in the 60s?
Indeed, it was 66.7 or 67%. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Man.
Yeah.
Dude, come on.
It went even higher when the person conducting the study, quote unquote, wore a lab coat.
Right.
that made it go even higher.
Yep. Yeah. Showed authority.
And then also proximity. If they were standing next to the person instead of sitting at a desk behind them, would have even higher too.
Yeah, and
Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Yes, Alberto, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can go into psychology. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's do that today, right? Let's do that.
Ray Dunn's just went to Ray Dunn's went to the Titans.
The Titans.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Like I'm just surprised that there weren't a bigger run on tackles. I mean, there were some guys that we didn't expect to go that high, but I'm just surprised that these guys, Ray Dunn's, Mayfield, who was the other one that we were talking about earlier? Didn't go.
Well, Cosme, but he went.
Right, Cosme. Yeah, Cosme went a little bit later, but I thought those guys would be at the top of two. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, man, that's fun. But what was Oscar was saying that Michael was bragging or something. What was he bragging about?
Probably about going to go to the interview with Asante Samuel, I guess.
Yeah.
How dare him?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dylan Raduns went to the Titans. Damn, good pick.
Ray Dunn's.
Yeah, exactly. Warren, welcome to the psychology.
Yes. Next we're going to the Bobo doll experiment.
Fucking Bandura. Because of that, we have the video games are bad. That's like the root of that, which is
which was Stanford.
No, Stanford Prison was Milgram.
Or
I'm sorry, Skinner. Sorry,
but wasn't it by the Stanford professor? Wasn't Bandura from Stanford?
Sorry, yeah. I am tripping right now.
Oh no. I know it's a lot of psychology. Anyway,
I'm over here talking.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think about the draft right now, man.
Maybe this is an ongoing bit that we should probably move on from since we're doing. But listen, Mike's not here to regulate. The guy who's running BFTB now, so we can talk about the Bobo doll experiment. But somebody asked about would you say the Chargers Royce
Zimbardo, fucking Zimbardo was in.
Would you say the Chargers are having the best draft from Royce? So maybe we need to look at the drafts and see who's having the best. I know the Jets were having a really solid draft, though I didn't have Zach Wilson. I had him as the fourth best quarterback in this class, but they love him. But it was AVT and who was the follow up to that? Who was really good?
Wide receiver Rondale Moore.
Yeah.
Not Rondale Moore.
Yeah.
Was it Rondale Moore? No, it was
Elijah.
The other Moore, Elijah Moore. Yeah, Rondale went to the Cardinals.
Let's see.
Falcons are pretty good. Kyle Pitts and Richie Grant. That's a pretty solid duo.
Yeah, that's not bad. Let's see. Can I go by team and we can just read it off and see who's having the best draft? But by far, this is the Chargers dream scenario at 1-2 being Slater and Samuel Jr. They're just like, again, neither Slater or Samuel was supposed to be there where the Chargers were picking at 1 and 2, and yet here we are, and the Chargers have both. So look at us, huh?
Look at us.
Who would have thought, huh?
Hey,
Who would've thought, huh?
Here he is.
Hey, am I muted now?
Hey,
Oh,
sorry,
no.
I'm
Am I
back.
muted now?
Hey, sorry, I'm back. I was like in the middle of, I was like in the middle of my head. I was on the call, and in my head I went, the initial post announcing the pick yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So anyway, I was Samuel for a bit. Got to talk to Samuel for a bit. Just kind of asked him some stuff to get. Just kind of asked him some stuff to get who he is. I asked him where he wins. I asked him where he wins, where he thinks on the football field, like where he thinks he can impact the game the most. Describe like his mindset, to describe like his mindset that he plays with every time he takes the field. And then I asked him to go to a situation where he gets to learn from Chris Harris. And so he called himself a true competitor. Loves playing, bigger than himself, to prove people wrong. People dock him for his size. He saw the corners. That's only more motivation. He thinks he can win anywhere on the football field. He's played inside, outside. He's played inside, outside.
Mike, hold on. There's echo now.
Okay.
Okay.
Jesus, what happened?
So if I'm muted, people to the catch me up on some of the picks. I didn't saw a couple of them.
Hold on. Don't.
Sorry.
You guys just hang.
Sorry. All right, I'm gonna write up more stuff. More stuff.
Just hold on. I know. There's echo. I'm gonna try to fix it. Here. Just give me a second. Just hold on. Let me fix this.
Earlier than I expected.
I saw Red Duns go.
This thing is finicky. Let's see here. All right, Mike. Go ahead and see if you can start talking here.
Okay, testing. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, Deo did go a little bit sooner than I thought.
You're still echoing, Mike. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Say what's up to the people, Mike. Let's see if that worked.
What is up, people?
All right, Steb, say what's up.
What's up, everyone? Here's hoping for some no echoes. Fryermuth just went.
Oh, to the Steelers. That's such a them pick too.
we're good. We're good now.
Dude, what's funny is I realized I didn't have any writing material, and I had to write down my questions quickly on my napkin here. When I got on the call. I got on the call, and I was like, wait a minute. Pen, pencil, paper, napkin. All right, we're good.
All right, so we're no echo. We're all good. Everybody's bueno.
Sam Cosme went.
That's what we're talking about. All right, so let me catch you up, okay? Hold on a second. Dang it. Where are we? Let's see. Let's see where. Charger. Okay, so we saw. Where did you leave off? Do you remember? It doesn't matter. So after the Chargers, Aaron Banks went to the 49ers. Rondell Moore went to the Cardinals. Ojulari went to the Giants. Cosme went to the Redskins.
Yep. The Washington football team.
Thank you. Wow. Can't say that name anymore.
No,
the football team. Jock went to the Browns.
Which is stupid.
Ray Duns went to the Titans. And for some reason this isn't updated because we're already on Seahawks. I don't know who the Colts or Steelers picked.
The Steelers picked Freiermuth.
Freiermuth. And who did the Colts pick?
I did not see that.
It was that Oye.
Odiembo.
Odiembo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know if you guys saw it because he might have been on something else, but did you see the Giants fan freaking out when they picked Ojulari?
No.
Holy crap! So he's behind a couple people. Like in the forefront, fans are cheering, and then behind him is the dude, and he's taller than everybody, so you notice it. He is freaking out. He like drops to his knees the second Ojulari's picked. Like he lost the lottery, right, by a margin. And then he stands up from the group. He comes back, and then he's talking to the dude next to him, and he's doing like all these hand movements. And I'm like, you guys got an elite edge rusher in this class, and you're that pissed? I'm like, who did you want? Who was there that made you, freak out so badly? I don't know. It was hilarious, though. I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Oh man.
I'll be right back, but I'm not turning this off. So if you guys get muted, whoopsie.
So you also missed a brief psychology stream, Michael. So there's that. So yeah.
A what stream?
Brief psychology stream. We randomly were talking about a bunch of psychology experiments and whatnot. So you didn't miss too much.
No, dude. I'm pissed. I missed that. I was a psych minor, dude. I'm so into psychology.
Were you?
Yeah, I was a psych minor. Like if I didn't choose to go into sports business, I was going to be a sports psychologist.
I'm literally a psych major. I graduated in 2 weeks. That's how it came up. So.
Dude, congrats. Yeah, dude. I took probably just as many different psych courses as I did courses for my major. I was a recreation and sports business major with a psych minor, and I took everything besides I think I failed biopsychology or whatever it was because that was so hard. But I'm a big social psychology person. I'm more of the social psychology. I think is the more niche part that I like. Sociology is great. I did abnormal, life and human development. I mean, all the kind of the basic stuff. But I probably took about somewhere between 12 to 14 classes through college.
Damn.
Loved it, and all my professors loved them. Every single one, man.
They tend to be some pretty easygoing people too. So
they tend to be real people. I think to be able to teach something as psychology, sociology, whatever, which essentially is you're teaching people about people, generally speaking. Yeah. And it's so to me, you have to have experienced people to the full spectrum, right? The ins and outs of people and understanding that and all that stuff. You have to know that, or at least be somewhat invested in that. So you've just seen some stuff,
For sure, yeah.
And I love that.
Experiences to reflect back on that stuff too.
Mm-hmm. Loved it.
Man, so who off the cuff? We were just starting to dive into it when you came back. What do you think has the top draft so far? Someone in the chat asked if the Chargers have. I think they're definitely up there, but is there anyone else you could think of that has had an A1 draft? And I know we had come up with so far Atlanta with Richie Grant and Kyle Pitts. Those are two great guys.
An easy one to pick is Miami because they have multiple picks and they've picked really good players.
Very true.
Getting Waddle and Jalen Phillips, I think those two are really great picks. If those were just their two picks through now, I'd say that's a pretty good draft. I can't think right now.
Cleveland, they got Greg Newsome and Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Those are two.
Yeah,
really
that's
big needs.
stupid, man. Like, that's crazy. I wouldn't be nearly as mad if he went to anyone else but the Browns, because I just feel like the Browns have somehow built an amazing defense that is just upsetting, because they're then a contender in the AFC, and I don't want any more contenders in the AFC.
Like, literally last night we were talking about them after they picked up Newsome. Like, they have a great front line, they have a great defensive backs, and just like whatever in the middle. Well, they just addressed it in the middle with Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
If he's going to be one of those linebackers, I think he can make it work, because they wouldn't use him at safety by any means, because they've got plenty of secondary members. But yeah, wow. I think Browns doing good ones too.
Dwayne Eskridge just went to the Seahawks over Miami Brown, Tylan Wallace, Nico Collins.
Dude, people really, really liked Eskridge from the Senior Bowl. I'm not surprised to hear that at all. Dude, first off, I can't believe Rondale Moore is going to the Cardinals. That offense is going to be insane.
Okay, Ruben.
What's Ruben saying?
He just said get a room.
Why? What's going on with you two? Is there a love fest in here?
Not even close.
Ruben just being Ruben, man. I see.
Rube. Were you guys talking about the best draft?
Yeah. Someone in the chat mentioned the Bears. Obviously, moving up and getting a quarterback is, fantastic. And I want to say it was Williamson podcast. They were saying it's already the best quarterback they've ever had, like the most talented quarterback they've ever had on their roster is already in Justin Fields. But getting Justin Fields and Tevin Jenkins are two really big gets for them.
See who else is having a good draft?
Jets. That was definitely one. 49ers, Trey Lance and Aaron Banks definitely working on that offense. They needed to. Banks was, I think, a bit of a reach, but still a big need.
It was the Jets we were talking about.
Yeah, the Jets was a good one, man.
I'm all right on Zach Wilson, but AVT and Elijah Moore, big.
Indeed. Oh, it's the Rams' first pick right now?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, they're on the clock right now. Pats have done pretty well.
Not with Mac Jones.
I mean, if you like Matt Jones, I guess that would be the kicker there.
Barmore's good. I mean, they got it, but they had to trade up for it. I mean, that's a good spot.
So they gave up value with their first pick and got value with their second one. So
let's see, is it
Indy
that was it.
Went Mckitty Pay and kid with the torn Achilles. What was his last name again?
What team are we talking about?
The Colts. They got Mckitty Pay and then another edge rusher. They got two edge rushers.
Oh, Ode?
Guy with torn Achilles. Watch just went off. Yeah.
Ode.
So Dayo's brother, do you know his name?
No, what?
Dare.
Dayo Dare?
Dayo and Dare are brothers.
Huh.
It's probably Dare, if we're being honest, but
like a Goomba Wale was.
Yeah, like so in his bio, like they shortened his name to just Day, and so I was like Day and Dare, huh? But it's probably Dare.
Oh boy, we get to see the Rams headquarters. Oh wow, they got a framed picture of Goodell in the background.
Is Rebel Wilson there?
What if Creed Humphrey is there at 77?
Oh, that would be such a... Someone should be arrested for letting him fall that far.
So
even if it's not him, you got Deontay Brown, Wyatt Davis. I mean, there's
got
should
David
hopefully
Moore
be
is the
some
guy.
good guards available.
Yeah. Wow, that picture of Goodell, that's so great.
It really is.
It's not nearly that picture isn't nearly as cool as they made it seem like the house was though.
yeah.
Right now it just looks like a studio apartment on the beach.
Has anybody looked up Samuel's RAS score?
I can look it up real quick. I know it's above average. It wasn't elite. But it's good. It's fine.
I mean, his height really hurts him.
He got a 746, a 746. But yes, his size hurts him quite a bit. A 4.4 140. Very good. A 1.5 split with the 10-yard.
Okay.
A 4.09 short shuttle. Just under, he had a 6.98 3-cone, which could be better. A 35 vertical. Again, you'd think he jumps way higher than that. And a 10.4 broad. So he's got good line speed. His explosiveness is honestly just average, and then his agility is good.
Which I think kind of showed on tape a little bit. Like his when he jumps out of his breaks, he has bursts. Don't take me wrong, but he that's not like his calling card isn't that, which I think kind of plays out with that with that testing. But it's there's plenty there, I think. So.
Yeah, I mean that 4.41 speed's like being able to keep up with the track team the AFC West is building.
Ooh, Rams win 2-2 Atwell. Sorry, I forget if we're not tipping.
Wait,
No, that's cool.
wait, what?
Rams went 2-2 Atwell. They got a 149-pound player at.
Oh my god.
So the Rams, who need lineman, linebacker, and corner, they went with a receiver after they have Kupp, Woods, Jefferson, and Deshaun Jackson.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dude, wide
Answer that question.
receiver isn't even on their team needs.
He has fun-ass film, though, man. He's tiny, but he's fun.
Tutu Atwell weighed in at 160 the other day.
Wasn't it 149, though, at the medical
He
recheck?
did, yeah, but he on his like personal social media account or something like Instagram, he like updated people.
Okay, that's a lot better than 149.
Dude, that's incredible. Oh, dude, Rams fans are like, oh, okay. That was a very delayed reaction to the pick, but it looks like they don't even know what's going on.
4.35.
Interesting. There's some comps for Asante Samuel to the Brandon Flowers Denzel Ward mold. Being a little bit undersized, but being able to play on the outside. While also having the versatility to kick inside in the slot.
Fine by me.
I remember Samuel was talking about how the Steelers and the Browns and the Jets were all like really high on him. He's like, I'm getting good vibes from them.
You said Steelers who and Jets?
Browns, and Jets.
Okay. Well, Chargers got him.
Yep. Did they interview Samuel? They did, right?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, they did twice actually.
Yeah.
Man, just went and updated that little my own little personal depth chart thing I keep, and damn, it looks good to have him as starting corner.
Whew. Yeah, man. Only thing is the size. That's the only thing.
Yep.
Look at his. Oh yeah. Like his chart is like low in terms of height, weight, wingspan, and arm length, and hand size.
Is that on the mock draftable?
Yeah. He matches up with Dante Jackson. You know the LSU corner?
Yeah. Went to New England, right? No, I don't remember.
No. Is it Tennessee?
Yeah, Tennessee. I looked up his dad's mock draftable chart too.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Definitely faster than his dad.
So
Jumped higher.
So if you're going by that thing that the dude gave us, cornerback was number 1 on that list, and that's exactly where they went.
And number 2 is wide receiver.
Yeah. So if this is in order, obviously it depends on who the players are, but it'd be wide receiver edge with these next 2 picks.
And there are good wide receivers out there still.
Yeah, wide receiver edge, guard, safety, linebacker, and he said today that if their guy isn't there, they're gonna be looking at tight end.
Linebacker Nick Bolton to the Chiefs.
Yeah, this was the guy who was supposed to go pretty high in the second round. I didn't watch him, so I don't know. But
one of the things I should mention, so of course people were asking about, like, have you spoken with Derwin James because of the whole Florida State thing, and he goes, we don't talk like that. I've talked to him once, like just literally once before. He came in the year after Derwin was drafted, and but he's like a big brother to me because of him being like a former Seminole, an older guy from the program. But he's like, we don't really talk like that, and I've just spoken with him once, and he said he hasn't really spoken with Jalen Ramsey either. He's like, I think Jalen Ramsey just tweeted at me, so after this call, I'll see what he says. But no, I have not spoken with Jalen Ramsey. But either way, he's pumped to join up with Derwin for sure.
Hell yeah. Let's see, Sean in the chat. Who do you guys like at receiver in the third? Are either of you against wide receiver in the third? I'm not, but I'd be all for it. Oh, sorry, you're eating. Didn't see that. I'd be all for wide receiver in the chat or in the third. De'Ami Brown, if he somehow sticks around, I don't expect him to. Tylan Wallace, Nico Collins. Those are some guys I'd already penciled in on my little notes app list I made earlier today. Ran quickly. I don't know if third would be Simi Fehoko, but I liked Simi Fehoko quite a bit.
I'll give you some, because I'm looking at more speed. Jalen Darren from North Texas is a good one towards the end of the third, early fourth. I like Amari Rogers, that Clemson slot receiver. He's got more like long speed, but was definitely his wide receiver 1. And then later on was a guy in our mock draft that we like, Daz Newsome. There's another slot receiver I think they can get later, but I have no problem with them taking one here in the third.
I mean, if you want speed, go Anthony Schwartz in the fourth or something, and boy, you got some speed there.
Yeah.
That 4.25.
Yeah. I like that Darren kid though. I think he'd be a perfect fit.
I don't know. I don't know him.
North Texas, he's a small school receiver, but he's
Darden, Jalen Darden.
It's not.
Oh yeah, Jalen. That's Jalen Guyton's buddy.
Is it Darden or Darren?
5'7".
It's Darden. Daerdan.
He's 5'7".
Yeah, but he's
small dude, but like he's a
dynamic,
playmaker, man. Like makes plays, and that's a trade in of itself. It's just like, despite everything size wise, do you just make stuff happen?
19 touchdowns last year in 9
games. Bro.
What?
Went off. Yes.
I have to watch.
What about De'Ami? Did he go yet?
De'Ami. He's still available.
Man, I'm just gonna mispronounce everybody, which is cool. De'Ami Brown.
Yeah, someone tell me about De'Ami Brown.
Got more like
freaking playmaker, man. He can take it the distance almost any time he gets the ball. He was incredibly shifty too when I was watching him. I actually was watching Asante Samuel when I caught him on tape, and that he kind of really flashed to me. I also saw Daz Newsome then too, but he just looked like he was very dynamic with his routes. I love what he was doing out there.
Yeah, not much of a burner, but got more of that straight line speed. He had back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons in North Carolina. I don't love him in press, but when corners give him a cushion, he does his best work for sure. He's got some vertical speed, but I think outside of his route running being pretty good and being pretty good off the line, I think his hands kind of run hot and cold for me. But this kid's got like a mediocre ceiling, probably a wide receiver 2 in the NFL, can stretch a defense. Probably not a first option guy, but definitely somebody that could help out for the Chargers. But again, I'm looking like Chargers got to get a burner. Like they have got to get faster.
Well, it'd be nice to get a guy who isn't just straight line speed as well.
Yeah. That's why Darden's kind of on my list there.
Do you think you can get him in the 4th, or is he someone you would be totally okay with being in the 3rd?
With the 2nd, 3rd round pick, for sure. You can't go top 3. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on if there's a run on wide receiver, but I'd be more comfortable with that 2nd, 3rd round pick, maybe early 4th. That's probably about the right range.
Terrace Marshall's still on the board. I'm a little surprised at that. Or I think he is.
See, again,
he is, I believe, yeah.
Good receiver, but not in terms of fit. Just a dude.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah.
Just a dude who's got.
I wasn't thinking for the Chargers.
That kind of, he's a long strider, more of a possession guy. But yeah, definitely a guy that seems to be dropping further than would have imagined.
My NFL.com draft board is not. Oh, there it goes. Finally updated.
Why is Schefter wrapped up in a blanket? Is anybody else on ESPN?
Is he making fun of Mina Kimes, who was wrapped up in a blanket the other day?
I don't know. Oh, they put up the weather.
Like
I don't know. I got it muted. Hold on.
Oh, damn, this round's almost over. Okay. Oh, Terrace Marshall just went to the Panthers.
It's cold. Who went to the Panthers?
Terrace Marshall.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to go make myself another
who'd
trade.
actually be an exciting pick that isn't necessarily a top need would be Baron Browning, linebacker from Ohio State. Insane athlete that can also play on the edge if needed. Not truly as like a pass rusher, but a guy who could really set the edge in the run game and make plays happen. Like, he's versatile. Had a good week at the Senior Bowl, I believe, if I'm thinking of the right guy. But someone a lot of people are high on. I am writing up the why they drafted Asante Samuel Jr. thing right now, so
yeah.
Just in case you're wondering.
Yeah. Only thing holding him back is size and strength, man.
Mm-hmm. But he wouldn't be the first cornerback to play past those limitations, if you want to call him that. So.
Yeah. Again, man, it's shades of Marcus Peters for me, watching him in college. Mm-hmm. Like, he'll hurt you from time to time. He'll get grabby. He might give up a 15-yard completion or whatever, but he's going to turn that ball over. He's a gambler. I love the kid's attitude.
I wouldn't be surprised if he leads the team in interceptions as a rookie. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yeah, that's probably dependent on if Derwin James can stay healthy, but for sure. Terrace Marshall. So what's the last pick of this round? I don't even know the number. I just have numbers.
So 64, I believe it's just a strict 32 again when it's in the second round. And then
math. There you go. That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, math make my brain hurty.
Let's see. They're on the Saints. Yeah, so 64. You're right. So, did the Saints make a pick yet or no?
I do not believe so. They're on the clock now.
So 5 more picks.
The pick is in right now. So have you guys been reading the news thing that I just saw earlier, but that the Chiefs are signing Jerick McKinnon?
Yes, I saw that. Yeah.
That's annoying.
Who's signing McKinnon? I missed that.
The Chiefs.
Oh. Yeah.
What's cool is that Samuel Jr. led his team with 3 interceptions this past season in only 8 games. He opted out of like the final 4.
Yeah.
So he was still poised to have even a bigger year.
Oh,
which is nice to see.
Pete Werner just went to the Saints.
Oh well, Baron Browning's better.
So guys, I was interested in the second that were a little bit lower on my list. I didn't say earlier. Elijah Molden, Boogie Basham, De'Ami Brown, Jalen Mayfield, Creed Humphrey, Joseph Asai, Quinn Miners, and then Ifeatu Melifonwu are all still on the board. And then I have a bunch for round 3 kind of guys. So this is still lining up good in my book.
People, yeah. I knew a team was going to fall in love with Werner. It's that versatility, man. They used him as a rover at Ohio State. Like they lined him up at corner, at safety, like every linebacker spot. And he's got max coverage skills, but outside of that, he's like a Sam to me. It's hard to get behind a Werner in the second round, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I agree. Honestly, didn't even have him listed for my round 3. For round 3 linebacker, I had Baron Browning and Jabril Cox.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Cox could be interesting. He's got some real ball skills. Kind of reminds me of more of a like a dime linebacker, which would be a good good fit, depth guy. Because he's kind of a one cut and go type of linebacker.
I think that's one thing in so many mock drafts and even team needs lists I saw, rarely was linebacker listed. And I get that. I don't think it's a need for, day 1, probably not day 2, but there's no depth at linebacker on the team. So it's like, I think linebacker was, especially talking about like, contributing to special teams, like there's just no depth on the team right now for linebackers. So that being addressed in day 3, I think would be a real big plus for them.
Yeah, man, Cox would fill a big need. He's got the athleticism, they'll love. And he's got the man coverage skills, which are plus. So man, put him in dime.
Yeah, Tranquil's,
I'm good with that.
Absolutely.
Compete with Kaiser.
Kaiser's last year on his deal. Tranquil's hurt, so you can't really count on him being healthy for 60 games. Then you have Kenneth Murray. Behind that's Egbule, Bello, and Christiansen. I don't think anyone wants them taking major snaps.
Yeah.
So,
and to me, Egbule is more going to fill in the Sam role anyway. So you're going to want more stand-up inside linebackers. To me, I feel like Egbule did better at the line of scrimmage. But, it'll be interesting.
I think he did as well.
So getting a Cox who's more of an inside guy and has got the athleticism and man skills, that makes a ton of sense.
And then was it you, Mike, that brought up Browning a few minutes ago?
Yeah, just as a guy that's like with insane athleticism for the position, with great size as well. I think he's a guy who can he can play off-ball linebacker. That's going to be his main spot. But you could easily walk him up to be an end of the line of scrimmage player to help set the edge in the run game. And he can play off the pass, cover the running back out of the backfield, and do a bunch of different things. He's legit, and I'm surprised he's lasting this long.
Yeah, no, totally. Because he played both off-ball and edge at Ohio State, but he's got some juice, man.
Yeah.
And he'd be a good will. Good spot, playing downhill, splitting blocks. Because him
agree.
and Werner were just great coverage linebackers, man. They did some nasty work in coverage. So that's another. I mean, Browning and Cox got some speed there. Got the coverage skills. Those make a ton of sense. I like it. I wouldn't hate it.
I think that with them having gone corner in round 2, which was an obvious clear hole where they needed a starter, an immediate impact guy. Same with round 1. They got those out of the way. That, I think, opens up the door for them to hit really any of those positions that you mentioned that they've talked about, via that text you got, where it can go edge, wide receiver, another, get your guard, depth potential starter, go defensive tackle, linebacker, potential safety, tight end. There's so many positions they could go. I love they have these options. Boogie bashed him to the Bills.
Okay,
There's one down.
I was just gonna say
They got 2 edge rushers.
They did. Yeah, him and Rousseau, right?
I was just gonna say, Wyatt. So of the list that we had talked about at 2, Wyatt Davis is still there, and so are those corners, Adebo and Melifonwu.
Bolden's still on the board too.
Yeah.
I know you weren't as big.
No, I know. I'm just saying of the list I put, but yeah, I mean some of those guys, maybe they fall to 3. Would you guys hate double dipping on corners there?
Oh no, I would be.
Yeah,
I'd be fine with that. I'd be completely fine with that. So corners. You talk about that. Chris Harris, is this the last year of his deal?
Yeah.
Yes.
It was a 2-year deal, right?
I believe so.
Last year of his deal. Davis is there long term. Samuel's there long term. You have those 2 locked down. Harris last year of his deal.
To be honest, Davis has that ripcord, I think, after the first year. So honestly, if he doesn't work out, they could cut him. So I mean, right.
Even better. That means Ryan Smith is 1 year. Brandon Faison, Tavon Campbell, John Brandon, Dante Vaughn. None of those are doing anything for you, and they're all also 1 year guys. So you have nothing beyond Samuel, and then potentially a ripcord with Davis. It would be smart. Double dipping a corner would be smart.
I mean, if Wyatt's still there in the top of 3, going interior lineman would make a ton of fucking sense too. A ton of sense.
Betts just tweeted that he said, "I hate every Browns pick."
Who said that?
And I Betts.
Oh. Yeah.
So the Packers picked Josh Myers.
Really?
Which is weird because Wyatt Davis is still on the board now.
Man, what about?
De'Ami Brown was there.
They got a center to replace Corey Linsley.
I totally get that. I totally do. But I thought that part of them getting rid of Linsley was how comfortable they were with the guy who replaced him. I thought that was like kind of part of their narrative.
You know who?
Oh, and he's taken above Creed Humphrey. That's still crazy.
What about kicking Jalen Mayfield inside? There's been a lot of talk about using him as a guard.
I'd much rather have him as a guard. I didn't like his athletic profile for the outside.
So Brugler had him listed as a guard also.
But like that size and athleticism on the inside, I could. And he's still
newer at the position too, isn't he?
Again?
Isn't he still newer at the position? Like I thought he transitioned from like defensive line, or I might be thinking of someone else. But I thought he was newer at the position.
I mean,
I'm gonna go.
Length was his biggest issue, but
I was wrong. I was thinking of someone else.
But he had great power, great agility, and you know that he can play inside, but also he's got the experience of playing outside. So another guy you can kick outside a right tackle if you wanted to. Great size, athleticism. I don't know, man. Mayfield makes a ton of sense there too. I know Davis is the natural fit, and Mayfield was a tackle. Man, he's got the tools. I think he could be a right tackle in the NFL. I know Mike didn't like his athletic profile. I don't know if he went that way, but there is Myers still there. There is the dude that I just lost his name. Ben Cleveland, I think, is still there.
He is, yes.
Yeah, man.
Deontay Brown is still there. Creed Humphrey. Quinn Miners.
Yeah.
Walker Little's gone. Brady Christensen, Stone Forsythe, just other
Yeah.
offensive linemen. Josh Myers just.
Yeah. That makes a ton of sense, man.
Yeah, possibilities. Yeah, guys I was looking at for possible second round that I wouldn't have
Wyatt was
absolutely
the guy I was
hated. There's
thinking of, now
still
that I remember. But go ahead.
8. There's still 8 guys on my list that I was like, if they take him in the second, I'd be okay. Happy about that.
Man,
Edge is looking mighty appealing though. Although less so with Boogie Basham going.
man. And Mayfield has got like some of the best feet in this tackle class. He's up there, man.
I would kill for Creed Humphrey
Is he still available?
to.
Oh,
He's still
Yes.
available, and I think you could draft him and put him at guard.
yeah. Creed Mayfield.
Creed Mayfield, Wyatt Davis.
Oh, well, Creed just went to the Chiefs.
Ah, pissed. Yeah,
Shit.
that's fine. They needed him. Austin
the
Blythe
Chiefs.
is their center right now, and that's a hell of a value, man. I can't believe that.
Fuck the Chiefs.
Wow. Good for them. Just like that, they blew up their offensive line and then got a good one that arguably might be better than the Chargers.
All right.
They certainly paid a pretty penny for it too. So
All right. I'll be back. Let me go eat.
okay.
All right. So, bummer.
A little bit. Still plenty out there though. Any positions that you don't want them to look at here in the third round pick?
First round pick.
Yeah.
I think you can really open up here with how do I put this? So they land their top 2 needs, okay, tackle, corner, and I think to hit on 3 for 3 would be to land a really good edge. I don't know if there's a really good edge available right now. I think Ronnie Perkins is still available.
Yeah, Joseph Osai, Ronnie Perkins, Rashad Weaver.
Ellerson Smith from UNI is available, but I don't know if I'd want those guys early 3. I think I'd be much better with any of them later in the 3rd. But what wide receivers, if you know off the top of your head?
De'Ami Brown, Tylan Wallace, Nico Collins, the other kid that Garrett said he liked, the one from Darden, the really small
Jalen
guy.
Darden. Okay.
Yeah.
What's De'Ami Brown's like measurables and stuff? What type of receiver is he?
Got you. He is 6 foot, 189, 4'4", 440. Let's see here. Let me go down to his full stats. Let's see. Yeah, 4'4", 440, 35 and a half vert, 10.8 broad, 4.35 short, 6.8, 5.3 cone, and 18 bench.
Okay.
Back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons, was really explosive, had 21 touchdowns in college, first-team All-ACC last year, 4-star recruit out of high school. Really good with his routes, big playability, that kind of stuff. He's not a burner, though. Even though he had a 4.4, 440, that's not like his number one thing is like quick twitch kind of stuff.
Oh, hold on a sec. I just realized I need to put up the game thread for the Padres game tonight because, surprise, I cover the Padres too.
Do you?
For some reason, yeah.
Do you watch? No, that's all right.
I watch them, yeah. I'm actually a fan of them. Like, I've kind of grown to like them. But it's weird that I'm like mainly football, and then they gave me Padres. So,
Gotcha.
like, I was just assigned them, when I got the job. Which is fine. Could be a lot worse. But, like, tonight, I don't care about the Padres at all tonight, like.
Yeah.
And then I just remembered before the game, like 10 minutes before the game starts, I'm just going to put up the thing for them to talk about.
Very true. So that's kind of what I was trying to allude. That said much more eloquently by J. Alex Keith. De'Ami is good with his routes, but the route tree at NC is limited. Yeah, what they asked him to do wasn't the entire route tree for sure, but what he was asked to do, he excelled at greatly. And again, that popped when I was watching Asante Samuel. It was like, who's this other dude getting open constantly? which is exactly what happened with Elijah Moore when I was watching Horn. Yeah. Jorge, do you mean possible round 3 picks? Because that's kind of what we've been going over. And round 2 is wrapping up, so I'm assuming you meant round 3. And if so, there's, like Mike just said here, there's a wide breadth of what they could do with having tackled their top 2 needs at the corner and left tackle. It's really just improving either challenging for starting position or future starters. So it's like it's improving depth, which is a great position to be in. Whether that's interior offensive line, which I think is a popular pick right now for some of the guys here in the chat. Challenging O'Day for that right guard spot. And also going for the future since O'Day's only a 1-year deal. Edge rusher, obviously, with Nwosu and Fackrell being 1-year guys right now, and nothing behind them other than Gaziano and forgetting the other one's name, Lemonier.
Yeah, there's nothing. Like, if you think about the skill sets, like Uchenna and Fackrell's skill sets are different than Bosa's. And there's nobody, and I mean, the closest thing would be Gaziano, but there's really no depth behind what Bosa can do and the role he plays on that defense. You know, it's the stand-up 2-point stance, edge rusher versus the actual base and hand in the dirt. You know, the size difference, the skill set difference. You know, we have a couple players that can do what Nwosu does and Fackrell, whatever. There's like almost nobody behind Bosa in terms of depth, and I think that's the type of edge rusher I believe they need to go for.
Absolutely.
And Basham, Carlos Basham was kind of a guy that I was looking at. The other edge rushers available are, Machine Gun Kelly is announcing the Bucs selection, I think. He's from Cleveland. I forgot. Of course they have MGK here. Oh, my goodness. But anyway, yeah, the edge rushers are all kind of lean and mean. Like, they're not super beefy. I don't expect them to be, like, really good at run defenders the same way that they can rush the passer. So I'm a little, like, nervous about the depth there.
There was one I saw that was like 285. Let me pull that list back up here. Oh no, Deo already went. Yeah, no, that was pretty much it. Then I'm diving more into the 4th rounders. Yeah, no, you're right. There really isn't those beefy guys available there.
MGK just dropped the microphone and walked off stage. I don't know what he said, but that's funny.
Wasn't paying attention. All right, Buck selection in, and after that, we will be into the 4th or 3rd.
Yeah, Sean Doty, you're talking about Ellerson Smith from Northern Iowa. I like him. I think he's quick twitch. He's the biggest knock, at least size-wise, is that he's like very thin through the lower body. I think his draft profile, they said that he looks like he's walking on toothpicks. Like, it's not a good thing to have said about you, but he's very athletic. He likes to olay offensive tackles, likes to use their aggressiveness against them, doesn't want to get locked on by any means, a hand fight. He wants to try to avoid that. But there's something there. I think he's a phenomenal potential that he probably is a rotational guy, if not sit for a year. Who'd they get?
Kyle Trask.
Wow. Home state boy.
Sure. Sorry,
So,
didn't
back
mean to.
up.
Sorry.
That's fine. You're all
Genuinely shocked with the pick of Kyle Trask. Okay, cool.
Wow.
You were talking about the kid from North.
Yeah, from UNI. Yeah, I just think he's got a bunch of upside. He stuffed the stat sheet, but I think he could stand to take a year to build his body a little bit more for the rigors of the NFL, and I think he'll be great. I think it might be a decent pick, but back end of the 3rd, not 77.
So Brugler has him as a 5th. He says inconsistent edge setter and struggles to play through contact, but he has toolsy pass rush prospect with intriguing length, explosiveness, and effort. Projects as a rotational outside pass rusher. Some scouts are intrigued with him at tight end.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, even 3rd might be a little rich for him. I'm gonna
14 sacks last year. First team All-American. Damn.
Yeah, no, he was good, but he's playing against at the FCS level, which I mean doesn't always say much because obviously we just had Trey Lance go.
But that's the thing. Like if you're playing at that level, you should, and you're an NFL prospect to this level, you should play like that overwhelmingly well, right? So, like that dude that Garrett was talking about, the wide receiver Darden, like 19 touchdowns. That's great to see that. That's what you should do if you're an NFL prospect in that level of play.
I just realized Trey Smith hasn't gone off the board, has he?
No, that
Holy
talent.
cow.
The talent's there. It's that injury though, man.
Well, yeah, it's the blood clots.
Yeah, sorry, health.
So Trey Smith is available. Baron Browning. Oh, Quincy Roche.
Yeah, Quincy Roche is there.
He's unfortunately like him and Chris Rumph from Duke. They're small. I mean, Quincy Roche is 245 at 6'3". Rumph is 235. At 6'3".
Is just he's so one
dimensional.
Yes, thank you. One dimensional. I couldn't think of the word. Yeah, he's so one dimensional. What he does, he's good at, but he's very one dimensional to me.
You've also got Hamilcar Rashed, who was a monster in 2019, but saw his stuff drop off quite a bit. 6'3", 245. I mean, it all fits for the smaller edge rusher that the Chargers already have bodies there. Patrick
bodies
Jones
there for this year though, but again, they're all gone next year though. So
that's true, but yeah, that's true. Patrick Jones, 6'5", 264. He's still available, I believe. Tyler Shelvin's still there, the tackle from LSU. Davion Nixon, my boy, the All-American boy, the Hawkeye. Davion Nixon, man, love him. They call NFL Network said they called him a war daddy.
Ooh.
Did you see what kind of a defensive tackle over 300 pounds have you ever seen pick off a pass and take it back 75 yards? Nixon.
Not many. I mean, other than the one time Wolfric did it, which was quite amazing. But
yeah, bro. Davion Nixon like juked out the corner like with a Euro step. It was amazing.
That sounds. I gotta see that. I gotta see that.
What else do we got? Tommy Togiai.
Yeah, you also got the two USC kids are still there, and Tuipulotu and Tufele.
Yeah, you got Odigizua from UCLA.
Yeah, man, I'm still upset that Owa never really worked out, man. I loved Owa.
Yeah.
But Osa, bigger brother, or younger, bigger brother.
All right, what else we got?
Bobby Brown, I know that was we were talking about him in the
he's a
draft.
4th round guy or later.
Yeah. I know a lot of Charger fans seem to like Darius Stills, although he seems like he's a tweener without a position. Honestly, reminds me of was it Middle? No. A&M. Damn it, Hercules Mataafa. It kind of reminds me of that.
Where it's like Washington State.
Yeah, Washington State, where it's like this tweener, where what he does in college is fantastic, but I don't know how he'd fit in the pros. I don't know.
All right, I am on the Andre Cisco. Okay, so Cisco goes to the Jaguars.
Safety. See, that's the thing. What I was saying earlier, like getting guys for competition for this year as well as for the future is kind of where it's at because they address those two big holes. So safety, we don't know what we have in Nas yet. So getting a safety could also make a ton of sense here. And I think that was on the list that Garrett had.
Oh, you know who's still there? This guy, it's probably too early for him, but Charles Snowden.
Edge rusher, right?
Charles Snowden, the big 6'7" edge rusher from Virginia, the long, lanky one. You've also got Jordan Smith, the long, lanky one from UAB. Perkins, Cam Sample from Tulane. I mean, some of the depth here, I'd almost rather trust than try to get one in the 3rd.
What about Golston from Iowa? What do you have on him?
Oh, he's a late round guy, but Jim Nagy said from the Senior Bowl that a guy who maybe could have pushed for defensive honors from the game was Chauncey Golston, just due to he's got good size. He showed a good motor. He was a first-team All-Big Ten guy next to Davion Nixon as well. Had five and a half sacks through 6 or 7 games I think they played. He's got tools, but I would take him on day 3 for sure.
Okay.
So where are you guys at with the feed?
The Vikings are up.
You want me to tell you the next couple picks?
Don't tell me the Vikings just because I ruined the pick yesterday for my wife who wants to see it. So.
All right. Well, then after that, Davis Mills goes to the Texans, and Jalen Mayfield's off the board to Atlanta.
To the Falcons?
Yep.
They're having a good draft, man. Richie Grant, Jalen Mayfield, and Pitts.
I would have loved Mayfield here.
So Mayfield, Stills, and then whoever the Vikings took. All right.
We were talking edge rushers before you came on.
Yeah, I heard that part.
Anybody that you like?
No, you named them all.
Okay.
No.
So NFL Network's or NFL.com's best graded edge left is Chris Rumpf, who is 235 pounds. And that's
their
scary.
best. The Duke kid.
A 6.31 grade. The next best is Joseph Osai, then Charles Snowden, Jordan Smith, Ronnie Perkins, so on and so forth.
Joseph Osai, I thought pretty much everyone had him as like a high second-round grade, so that's why I'm a little surprised he's still out there.
I'm looking at Snowden because I totally forgot. So he's 6'6", 243, so he needs to put on weight, man. A lot of these guys are smaller. Comp is Lorenzo Carter, 4th-round pick, so I wouldn't even look at him. So I'm going to look at wide receivers.
Yeah, wide receiver, edge, safety, guard. I mean, again, the entire list that Garrett had still, I think, could be addressed here. Even if it is double dipping at corner, I think that they're all open. Open season on all of them.
So Nico Collins is the next best available receiver, and he was drafted or mocked to the Chargers in Brugler's day 2 mock today with their second third-round pick. You've got guys like Cade Johnson, who was really good at the Senior Bowl. He's a redshirt senior, so he's a little bit on the older side compared to these other guys.
Sorry.
Don't tell me if it's the Vikings.
I'm not saying a word.
I don't like your reaction.
I mean, I think it makes sense.
Okay, well, we're about to... I'm going to turn it up so you guys might hear this. Or I'm going to mute this.
Oh, I see. Ronnie Perkins intrigues me for sure at 77. I would be all in for that. Joseph Osai, Ronnie Perkins. I like those options at edge. I think there's still so many positions available that were on that
Kellen
list.
Mond?
Yeah.
You guys do not want Kirk Cousins any longer than you have to. Wow. Now, if you're Chris Sims, the Vikings just got the steal of the draft.
The arm strength is not an issue at all. You see him push the ball vertically down the field. He's got this quick twitch to him. When you see it, and don't see it all the time, but there are times where he doesn't have a lot of space to operate.
Yeah, I think there's still so many guys available at those other positions that were on that list that tight end probably isn't. At least not this first third round pick. I don't think I would look at for that.
Looks like the Vikings want to get into the modern NFL by getting a quarterback that can run around.
A little different than what they have now.
All right, so we already know the next 2 picks, which is fine. What other? So Diami Brown, for those wondering, is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th best available now.
I was just tweeting about him.
That'd be.
And how I don't think he's a good fit for the Chargers, but.
Okay.
But go ahead.
I loved his tape. I love what he could do.
I think if you want to replace Mike Williams with another sizable receiver, you're probably looking at Nico Collins.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at Amari Rodgers real quick.
That's the one you had mentioned also, right, Garrett?
So 5'9.5", 212 pounds. So he's kind of fit. He's fitting the. To me, it's kind of like a theme now in the NFL, which is like shorter, stocky, or wide receivers that are kind of like running backs after the catch. Guys that are strong through the catch point, run good enough routes. I mean, think of like A.J. Brown, Deebo Samuel, and stuff like that. Rodgers kind of seems like a poor man's version of some of those guys. So his comp is Christian Kirk, which isn't terrible.
Who's comp?
Amari Rodgers, yeah. It says compact slot target who thrived at Clemson with his ability to create chunk plays out of short catch and runs and take the top off defenses with his speed. Okay, that's exactly what the Chargers need. Rodgers has a running back stout lower body providing power and balance to break tackles and rumble through contact with the ball in his hands. His ball skills are pretty good, but he can go from magnificent catch to focus drop in a single drive. Rodgers uses speed alterations inside the route and a sudden burst to top speed to create deep separation from coverage. He's not as effective at separating underneath against tight man coverage and will need to prove himself in that regard.
Broncos traded the pick back to the Giants.
Do we know who Cincinnati and Carolina picked?
Since he picked that Texas edge, Osai.
Osai?
Okay.
And the Eagles traded the pick to Carolina, and Carolina picked Brady Christensen.
Bummer. Well, that's
Carolina
them
did, okay.
That's them getting the tackle they needed.
They've had a good draft, haven't
And
they?
then
Carolina?
the Giants, so the Broncos traded back. The Giants moved up to grab Aaron Robinson, that UCF corner.
Yeah. He's a smaller guy, isn't he? Also.
I believe so. Yeah.
Dude, there's really good guards on the board still. And I'm talking 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4, 5 really good guards.
There is, yeah. Wyatt Davis, Deontay Brown.
Trey Smith, Kendrick Green, Ben Cleveland,
Yeah.
Dave Moore.
Quinn Miners is still there too, I believe.
Yeah, Quinn Miners. Oh, there's an Iowa guard in here that I didn't even know. Weird.
How dare you? How dare you? What are you doing? Carolina, J.C. Horn, Terrace Marshall, and then you said they just got Brady Christensen.
I really like that dude from Wisconsin Whitewater, Quinn
Miners.
Yeah. But the fact that Wyatt Davis is still there is very intriguing.
Yeah, now we're getting to the this is that round where they really take off from from television. They're so far behind now.
Okay. You want me to keep tipping the picks until we get to the Chargers?
I'm fine with it. I don't know how Mike feels, but I'm fine with that. Yeah. Until we get to right before the Chargers, then that's something different.
Okay.
Yeah, they just announced Jalen Mayfield to the Falcons.
You can tip picks before the Chargers. I don't care.
Okay. So the Panthers traded up with the Eagles to move up 3 spots and just gave up their 6th.
Really?
Yeah, that was it.
For
Christensen.
For fans of a team that has 2 6th, moving up
yeah.
wouldn't cost much if that's what they wanted to do.
So where are we at here? Lions. The Broncos traded the 71st pick to the Giants for 76 and 164. Trey Smith is another guy who's there too, right?
Yep, he is.
Man, there's a ton of guard help. Wyatt Davis here is just unbelievable.
Indeed.
Oh, Lions pick that NC State defensive tackle, McNeil.
Aleem McNeil.
Yeah.
Aleem McNeil. Yeah, Wyatt Davis, Deontay Brown, Aaron Banks already went. He already went. Trey Smith, Robert Hainsey, another Notre Dame kid, is there. Ben Cleveland, Quinn Miners. There's a lot of interior offensive linemen there.
And if we're following this list, wide receiver's the way, wide receiver edge. But you talk about wide receiver edge, guard, safety, linebacker. And then tight end being a possibility if they don't like anybody.
With Freiermuth already gone at this point, you're
Yeah.
you're talking about what Hunter Long,
Brevin
I think
Jordan
was the name.
Yep.
Brevin Jordan,
Tommy Tremble.
Tommy Tremble.
Yeah, I gotta.
Yeah.
Are you looking at a list that has all the picks already off? Because I'm just kind of going by.
No, I have NFL.com's, but that's behind what you've already told us. And then I have a draft guide that I'm going back to search for other names.
Yeah, I gotta.
So far, I've been pretty good at remembering who's gone already, but
Yeah.
I'm sure that'll end soon. I'm sure. Although since we're not doing this tomorrow, I won't. I ran into that all the time on day 3.
Oh yeah. We're like, I like. Oh wait, these already been picked. Yeah. Totally.
So Panthers was Christensen, Giants.
Took
With the Giants take
that UCF corner, Aaron Robinson.
Aaron Robinson. Okay. It's nice that I don't have to take off names from my list anytime you tell me someone new. Paulson Adebo is still there too, man. Melifonwu and Adebo. Those are 2 really good corners to possibly double dip.
Man. Molden, Melifonwu, and Adebo.
Yeah, Molden. Shit.
Dude, there's some really good corners, some really good guards. If they want to double dip on offensive lineman and corner, and I would love it.
Yeah, I don't think you'll be hearing any complaining out of us for either of those 2 positions. I think I just would rather them not. Excuse me, I'd rather them not go tight end here. But otherwise, the positions that were on your list, I'm all for any of them.
Yeah, let's see.
DL wasn't on your list, was it? DT?
Nope. Edge was, but not interior.
Yeah.
Cornerback, wide receiver, edge, guard, safety, linebacker. And then throw in tight end if you want to. I know a lot of people like Ronnie Perkins.
Do you not?
I didn't watch him.
Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't watch him either, but the guys on NFL Network were talking about how he missed like half the season 2020 and then came back and apparently just changed the entire Oklahoma defense.
It's good, man.
He's got decent size to him.
Yeah, 6'2", 253.
Every other one is 245 or lower.
Yeah. I didn't even realize that was the kind of the trend until you pointed it out. That was crazy going down that list and just seeing that. But yeah, I know in 5 starts he had 5.5 sacks. Second team All Big 12, but he only played only started 5 games. So he was suspended for the first 5 games apparently.
Ooh,
Yep.
Eagles took Milton Williams.
Damn!
Ooh, okay.
I totally forgot about him being a thing. He would have been sick.
That's a run on defensive tackles. Let's see who's still available. Defensive tackles.
2 USC kids.
I like gosh.
Pelotu?
Nope. The
Shelvin?
no Togiai.
Togi guy?
Togiai.
Oh, yeah.
First off, they need to get Davion Nixon. That'd be so sweet. not a need, just would be sweet.
Yeah, because I mean,
Tufele,
he would play more
Nixon.
3-tech.
Yep.
I
Which
know
really
he's-
isn't
I
what
know
they
he's
do.
an Iowa kid, but
I know,
Niggasua, Bobby Brown.
I think Tyler Shelvin could be a big pick. I'm surprised he's graded so well.
I know Bobby Brown's
Michael-
still there too.
Michael Pierce is the comp for Tyler Shelvin.
Interesting. He just seems
So here's his weaknesses. Conditioning has been an issue. Carries excess weight and below average body type. Gasses out over second half of the rep. Lacks range to make plays down the field. Too slow in getting off blocks to make tackles. Lacks lateral quickness to factor against stretch plays. Sets seal blocks hold up against him. Little rush production and unlikely to see the field on passing downs.
Who was that?
Tyler Shelvin, who a lot of people really love, but
I mean,
they basically just made it sound like he's a huge pile of nothing.
I mean, he's just he's a big space eater,
Yeah.
which the Chargers
They
need.
always say.
I mean, he's
Anytime you can take
350,
someone, that's
man.
a big pile of nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Spencer Brown's still there too, right? Everybody.
Real quick, Warren in the chat asked me about how I was talking about the Chargers needing bigger edge rushers as opposed to more guys that are similar to Nwosu and backroll and stuff like that. And he asked about Tillery in that role. And while I think Tillery was fine in that role, I'd still rather he stick with one position and get better at that. And Brandon Staley did say at one of his last press conferences that they view Tillery as an interior player. So I do not believe we'll see Jerry Tillery out on the edge or anything like that while he's the head coach.
So the question there, he says, or Nwosu. That's kind of the unknown, right? Like there were so many guys that improved under Staley's the 1 year he was with the Rams. There were so many guys that took a step forward that it's. It's hard for me to say that. Oh yes, I expect him to have a major improvement, but I think that Nwosu is someone who could be one of those guys. Being that we saw what Leonard have such a huge year, kind of a breakout under Staley. I mean, who knows what's to come for Nwosu? But still, the fact remains that he's there for 1 year, and there's really no one behind him. So even if there is a breakout, there's still going to need to be depth rotation. So.
Mm-hmm.
The football team just took Benjamin St. Just.
Okay.
Oh, another corner. Okay.
Not one of those guys we talked about though.
We did we take him in the mock, or was that someone that was just like up
We
for
did take him in the
voting?
mock.
Yeah.
We did.
I want to say it was like the 4th or 5th. Cool.
And Chargers are 77.
Yes.
Because Washington's 74, so that's 2 more picks.
Damn.
Who is your top guys? You got a top 3, top 2?
Let me go, Devin, or Daniel, you go first. Devin.
I'll take it. Okay. Just putting it thought about it, but let's go with.
Here, I'll let you think about it. I think so.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Wyatt Davis, I think, is probably close up there for number 1. Man, there's so many good guards, but Wyatt Davis is number 1 for me here. Melifonwu, Adebo, off the top of my head.
Okay, I'll jump in here. So Wyatt Davis for sure. That's definitely a top 3. As soon as you said it, it was like yes, that's one of them. So Wyatt Davis, Adebo, and Natural Dean. Yeah, I'm saying Natural Dean. Double dip in Florida State.
What do you think, Mike?
I think this is awesome value for someone like Wyatt Davis, for sure. None of the wide receivers really jump out at me. Same thing with edge. I feel much better about taking an edge or a receiver later in the 3rd round. You know, what else is there? Safety-wise, I'm not sure who's there. I'm going to take a look real quick. Hamson Nasruddin, yeah.
Nasruddin, Jamar Johnson, Divine Diablo.
Oh, Divine Diablo, yeah.
Trill Williams, if you're a fan of his.
I am a fan of Trill Williams, but it's a little early for him.
You like Quinn a lot, don't you? Minor?
Quinn? Oh, I do like Quinn Miners. Yeah, I think he can play either of the interior positions and be good. Tight ends, yeah, it's still early for a tight end, man. I don't know. I wish there was a good edge rusher here that I felt comfortable with. I just don't see them getting a good player that combines good value and need right now.
If I could expand to 4, I'd say Ronnie Perkins. He's definitely like up there. That's someone I'd be very, very happy with.
So Cowboys at 70.
Oh, linebacker. Sorry, I would throw in Baron Browning as well. I think that'd be great value for a linebacker of his caliber, his skill set, and all that.
Cowboys just got Osa Odigizua.
Ooh, okay.
So
that's definitely a defensive line. Who did Washington take?
They took St. Just.
Okay, so they kind of bucked that, but yeah, 3 out of 4
St.
defensive
Just,
tackles.
Yeah. Then Odigizula's at 75, and Denver's picking right in front of the Chargers. So hopefully they don't take Wyatt Davis.
Yeah, Wyatt Davis that'd be fantastic right here. Yeah, Ronnie Perkins, Quinn Miners. Yeah, we've said so many of these names, and I'd be good with so many of them. There's a lot there.
Wyatt Davis is definitely number 1 for me here.
Got a Canadian here, Benjamin St. Just, got a little bit of a hockey background.
I'd agree.
A Debo would be great. I would have liked him at 2, but of course they got the better corner. Melifonwu, Molden we talked about.
I'm surprised Molden's lasted this far.
I'm with you on edge. I don't think it's great value there. In tight end, I think you can wait till your second pick and still get one of those guys because they're all kind of in the same tier to me.
Yeah.
Browning makes sense. Jabril, we talked about Cox making a ton of sense there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just also just matching up roster need too, man. O'Day's there for 1 year, Filer's there for 2 or 3, but otherwise you have Nate Gilliam is the only other pure guard on the roster. Like it's an absolute need to go guard, even if it isn't necessarily starting this season. It's just challenging O'Day for the starting job. It's still such a big need for the team. I think guard would be a really smart player.
The Broncos just traded back with the
Ben
Saints.
Cleveland still available too? Yeah.
Yes, he is.
That's another.
Saints coming up. I know they were really wanting corners. They haven't taken one yet, have they?
I don't think they've taken a corner, no.
No.
That's
Peyton
the
Turner and
second
Pete
time
Werner.
they've moved back, right? Denver?
The Broncos, yes, it's definitely a second time for sure.
This could be a corner.
Who was I just asking? Oh, Ben Cleveland. He hasn't been taken.
I've loved Ben Cleveland for a while.
Several interior guys out there still. Okay. Well, pick is once Broncos make theirs, we're on the clock, guys.
Bring on spring. With calculators to help you launch your projects and delivery so the store comes to you. This is doing like never
Trey
before.
Smith, Wyatt Davis. Miners.
More done.
Trey, what's up, man? Josh Allen with the Bills here.
Real good.
Dude, they could go with any good guard.
I could,
Really?
I could stick with any of those. Those 3 corners we mentioned. Browning and Cox. Linebacker. Where's my...
Deontay Brown is still there too.
It's time to make some noise, Trey.
I'll take a lot of those other guards, though, over Brown.
Okay.
He's still tested really poorly, I mean, but He was able to get it done on the field. I'm just not sure if he'll be able to do it as well in the NFL.
Big, he's a big ass dude. All right, let's go. Chat's gonna go away also, just in case.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
Garrett, tell me again, are you on NFL Network or ABC?
I am on ESPN. So neither.
I thought ABC was doing ESPN.
Well then,
I thought they were
yeah, if that's what you want
to
call it.
I believe they are. That's what I'm on is ABC. Just in the future.
Here, I'm going to ESPN to be on the same thing.
Man. A Debo being able to play man on the outside, kicking Samuel inside, having Davis on the other end. Make a ton of sense.
It's kind of a weird position to be in. There's so many players at positions that could be upgraded.
Yeah.
It's kind of a nice place to be in. It'd be a really good position to draft or to trade down if that was an option. But
all right, so the Saints got a Debo, so ignore that. So here we go. Yeah.
Seriously?
Did they? Yeah, they had that corner need. That makes a lot of sense for them. Okay.
All right.
Sorry,
Still.
Okay.
Still have
well, I was
Melifon
just
Wood
dreaming
molded.
about it too. All right, so Chargers are up here, 77.
Let's go.
Okay, so Cowboys are announcing their pick now.
Also Debo. So that would be Melifonwu and Molden.
Yeah. Onwu Molden. Robert Rochelle. Embry Thomas. Shakur Brown.
Too early for those guys.
Yeah. Going too deep there. Yeah, let's Melifonwu and Molden.
If you're talking about the next pick, we can have that conversation. But I think Melifonwu and Molden are the guys there. But how can you pass on a Wyatt Davis, man? That'd be hard if I'm in that room. And I wasn't even looking at guard here, you know? But
I don't understand why he's fallen that far, but to be honest, all guards are falling far.
Yeah.
I mean, what's wrong with a two-time All-American?
I mean, I think that's the same thing that happened in the first round, though. You had there's so many talented guys that they kind of just fell further than most thought. At least later. And Darius thought, too, in the 20s when it was a teens kind of projection.
I won't tip the pick if I get a text or anything.
Okay.
So don't worry about that.
I mean, it'll come soon enough anyway, so I don't think we'll be waiting too long.
So Mel's best available is Diami Brown.
Which I think, again, makes a lot of sense for him being the best available player. And I do like him a lot. I get where you're coming from as far as not being the wide receiver that you want to have on the team, but I do think he would add a lot to an offense.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking to replace what you have in Mike Williams for next year, it makes a ton of sense, you know? But I feel like you get a lot of that Mike Williams in Jalen Guyton and Tyron Johnson right now. Guys that have the long speed, can kind of stretch the field a little bit, but I understand it. I don't hate it.
With the 76th pick in the 2021
Oh. Wait.
Okay.
God.
So if we're following the list again, this is going to be a wide receiver.
I could see them falling in love with the Nico Collins. Still such a shame that goes on offense. They can never be featured correctly.
the right game, folks. You gotta love this thing. Maybe he could be a first round pick. Other games, maybe it was a lack of concentration. He just didn't show up to be the big time player he was capable of. And then, of course, the opt out. But if you're getting a guy with an awful lot of talent and he's playing to a level that talent had one more season, maybe it would have been a higher pick. So I think they're rolling the dice the same. So coaching, continue that maturation process.
Come on, stop talking and bring somebody up.
Right. Pick is in. They have Rashawn Slater cutouts in the stands. That's great. Okay, they're about to announce it, so I'm turning my TV off.
All right.
But it's coming very soon.
Don't tip it if you get it, because they're walking up to the podium right now. In fact, you want to turn your thing off?
My TV's off.
All right. Who's making?
I'm turning mine up as well.
Who's making the pick for the Chargers? Can you hear it?
Oh, I'm behind you.
Oh, that's Eric Burton.
Pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Josh Palmer, wide receiver.
Oh, Josh Palmer, the Tennessee wide receiver.
Why?
Huh.
Wide receiver. I mean, it's what we expected.
So that's exactly
That
the list.
sounds
I
like
gave.
all. It is exactly the list.
Man, they must have fallen in love with him at the Senior Bowl, because this is a kid that did not produce in college at all, but really good size. He's a field stretcher though. He can play X or Z for sure.
I have nothing in my head about Josh Palmer.
Pretty good route running, good hands,
This is
great
I
body
don't-
control. I mean, I watched him. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff to like about him.
So Brugler
I don't
says
know.
overall Palmer doesn't have an explosive gear, but his footwork, ball skills, and toughness are NFL quality. Projects as a depth piece with starter potential in the right situation, which fits their current situation right now.
I think this is going to get awful grades from everybody.
Huh.
4'5",
what's-
140.
With what's
34
on the
number.
board, are you telling me that this guy wouldn't have been available at 97?
Yeah, this is I have a hard time making a case for this here. If you're talking about the end of the third, beginning of the fourth, with all that talent on the board still, and maybe they fall to the end of three, but that's tough. That's tough to
That's
reach
a
there.
quick way to sour the draft. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, I haven't watched him, but it doesn't sound terrible. It just says it wasn't what we were wanting.
I did. I mean, he's a day three guy. You're talking about the third round, but there are some good things to like about him. But I remember it was he didn't have more than 500 yards total in college, and he had 4 total touchdowns was his career high or something. He's got no production in college. So
He was projected to be a 4th rounder.
yeah, that makes sense. But
Over 70% of his catches went for a first down.
So he flashed a lot in the Senior Bowl. He came with a much better feel for his route running ability, but he did not run a full route tree in Tennessee. Doesn't really have short area quickness. While he showed some shiftiness, he isn't. Who the hell is that? Chad Surratt?
That's right,
Linebacker from
Yeah,
North
I
Carolina.
didn't watch him. But also a guy that was a special teams guy too, so that's a plus. But I gotta let's see. Oh yeah, most receiving
This is
yards
underwhelming one.
484 in 2018. Most touchdowns 4 in 2020. So
How does he have 475 yards and led the team in receiving?
yeah, his career stats are 99 receptions with 1,514 yards and 7 touchdowns, which is a season for one of these top wide receivers. I mean, Brown had back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons, and Palmer has 1,500 for his career. So he ran a 4.5 40, 34 vertical, and a 10.4 broad jump. I'm gonna look at his thing here. Man. Oh, Tom Telesco, what are you doing in the third round, man? Come on, buddy.
This is the Telesco special, as I think someone in chat said.
We're not going to be able to hear about his justification until after the night's over.
Man. And it just, it's not going to sour the night because you can't. I told him you could draft a long snapper and a kicker here in the third round, and I'd be okay with it. But I mean, this is I don't know who was reading the description of him, but he's like a fringe starter, like he's your depth, maybe your third wide receiver right now. But a guy that's kind of growing, so hopefully you're hoping that he ascends, but also with Tyron Johnson, Jalen Guyton, Mike Williams, who's here for another year, and then the two guys you drafted last year, you know, it's like you've got a bunch of wide receivers, but just now you've just got a bunch of guys. So that's.
I mean, so if you try to think of it, I guess dig deeper. Like, what does he do for the Chargers that they felt he was worth this pick? Does look at all the areas where Tom Telesco said they needed help with, which was like the red zone offense, right? Just scoring points in general. Is he a talent, and does his skill set like help the Chargers score points in the red zone? I mean, or is this their attempt at trying to get a big body type guy like that with Mike Williams going on the way out? Because that's kind of the only way I can see it, is it's just another big body guy. But why wouldn't you get a Nico Collins, who seems to be a better overall receiver than Palmer? I don't know. I didn't watch the guy.
He's got an 8.22 RAS score. So.
Okay, so somewhat decent. Just again, we go back to moving the needle. Like, what does this pick do to move the needle for the success of the team?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, definitely. So again, I haven't watched him, but definitely underwhelming compared to what options were on the board. I am definitely interested to go back and watch him after the draft tonight. But at 77, I was hoping for maybe someone with more immediate impact. But I don't know. We'll see. It's not gonna sour the night for me after what's already happened. But still, it's like I was hoping for Wyatt Davis or one of the guards or Ronnie Perkins or who knows. But still another pick to go, and Telesco never fails to do this to us in the third. Right? That seems to be pretty normal. Doesn't mean it's okay, but it's not exactly the biggest surprise. Compares, at least on Mock Draftable, to Justin Blackman, who on the field was really good, but could never stay on it. Corey Robertson, Quincy Morgan, Brian Edwards, Shaq Evans.
What took so long? I haven't seen my family in 16 years. My boy's become a man. Here, son. It's perfect, Dad. With it. The sequel you deserve is finally here.
Someone's getting Slack messages.
Welcome to your wildest cravings come true. When the abundance of chalupa cravings bars is only $5. See the display.
What's the chat saying about the picks?
One of Daniel Jeremiah's outstanding players at the Senior Bowl. DJ had him as a projected 3-4 rounder. Palmer and Williams on the outside with Keenan in a slot. Probably works better at 97, but the thing is, if you love him, if you love a guy, you go get him. At least he's not from Niagara Falls University like some third rounders. Not afraid to run into traffic and make catches in tough space. Definitely helps in the red zone. Yeah, I mean, we expected them to go wide receiver. I just think that this one is a bit of a surprise.
Welcome back.
So Josh,
I can't kill it. I don't know it. So
Justin Mello, who does all the interviews and stuff for the Draft Network, and is the guy who reports like a million different prospect meetings. He just tweeted out that he feels confident saying that Josh Palmer is going to be one of the big steals of this draft.
Interesting.
all right.
You know, I want to feel like I don't care if I'm proven wrong or like if I get told that I should have been more positive about this pick. Like, I want that to happen. I can't see it. But maybe he sets the world on fire. Who knows?
Wow. The Raiders took Malcolm Knoosh? The UB Bull?
Huh? Oh,
Kuntz,
Kuntz?
is that his last name?
I believe so, yeah, the linebacker from Buffalo.
Yeah. Huh.
Malcolm Kuntz? Brugler had him as a 7.
So how did the chat feel about it? Did we already get a consensus on it?
Just a lot of, hoping what he could be and talking about he had matchups against guys like Surtain, Horn, Campbell, Stokes, and Joseph, and he was 14 of 14 in catching catchable balls per PFF.
Yeah, no, he's got great body control and really, really good hands, good in contested catches. I just, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing is I'm not going to sit here and kill the guy. I haven't watched a single second of his tape, so I can't say anything about it. Garrett obviously did. But it's, again, with who else was already on the board that I did watch, it's like, I would have rather had some other guys or some other position. But
they were too deep on corners they could have got there that were good in the second, and Wyatt Davis I felt was still a good pick in the second, and they could have got him in the third.
So Nathan Harrison brings that up here too, and maybe this is immediately trying to get hopeful again. But
let's go.
OG or going OG at 97 is with so many OGs that we were talking about still on the board, interior offensive linemen still there.
They can
feasibly.
They can pass on it and wait for it to come back. Yeah, I mean that's a possibility. To me, it's probably a. I don't want to say never, but I don't see why Davis falling that far. Not at this point. But
yeah, maybe someone like a Quinn Miners or a Ben Cleveland does, and then I won't hate it as much. But again, it's even if it was wide receiver, Nico Collins I loved, and De'Ami Brown, although different role obviously, we discussed that. We'll see. I'll gladly watch his tape tonight, and sure it'll probably be with rose-colored lenses because he is a Charger now, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean this is, and what, and so I think it's fine. I don't absolutely hate the pick. It's not like this guy totally sucks. I would have gone a different way, and I feel like his what was his grade for me? Hold on a second. I'll tell you because I grade every guy that I watch. Top of 4. So, maybe a round too early, but once you get to 3, 4, 5, they all kind of run together anyway. But it seems a little strange that they wouldn't go for like the pedigree of a Brown, having the production, and they're betting on the upside of a guy like Palmer. But there's a lot of likable traits. There just isn't, to me, a trait that he hangs his hat on. Like, he's got good hands, he's got long speed, good speed, not great speed. He's good at contested catches, good route running, but it isn't like, he's a speed guy or he's a, So, and to me, this is a mold of a lot of guys that they have. This is like Mike Williams. This is like Tyron. This is like Guyton. And to me, I would have preferred more top-end speed, but this is... Oh, and they went Divine Diablo, the Raiders did, right after that, the safety. So, I mean, I don't... It's a round too early for me, but they were going to go wide receiver.
I think with this...
They clearly liked him.
Yeah, what this might also speak to is their willingness to part with at least 2 of those 3 guys, because they're all last year their deal.
Right. Nobody's guaranteed.
In Guyton, Johnson, and Williams,
Yeah.
But I'd probably bet at least 2 of the 3 are gone. To keep someone there on a rookie deal, and if he can be that Mike Williams role, you just got that same kind of role, especially for someone who isn't producing to where he should be via his pay.
Yeah.
Hell of a lot cheaper in that role.
So the Draft Network has him as the 226th ranked player, And they have, stick with me here,
Oh, I
Nico
am.
Collins, Tylan Wallace, Amari Rogers, Smith Marset, Atwall, Darden, Chade Johnson, Feheko, Seth Williams, Schwartz, Shai Smith, Motor Bebe, Powell, Stevenson, Fitzpatrick, Melney, Watkins, Daz Newsome, Trevin Grimes, Jonathan Adams Jr., Tamarion Terry, Marlon Williams, Rico Bussey Jr., all ahead of Josh Palmer. So that's their rankings if you go with Draft Network.
So they're a fan.
And I don't, that's not me shitting on the pick. I'm just telling you how they're ranking. That's theirs. That's not me.
There's again, just pointing out how wild people's evaluations are. Like literally, I think there's some people who just don't get to a certain player. Like if you think about some of the old heads, like Athlon Sports and some of the magazines that do draft coverage. Someone pointed out, I don't know where I read it, but Jamin Davis from Kentucky, who went in the first round, wasn't included in like their top 100. You know, like it's just nonsense sometimes.
Right. So maybe they just didn't watch Josh Palmer. I don't know.
In the little write-up here on TDN, they say that this was expected to be a breakout year for him because he was behind Marquez Callaway and Juwan Jennings. But they know quarterback play and a bumbling Tennessee offense prevented that. So they even say that he has a lot of potential there. It's just something that he hasn't shown yet. So I guess they're betting on being able to bring that out of the kid.
They
Dolphins get Hunter Long.
So CBS's rankings, Hunter Long, doesn't even have them ranked in their top 120. Right now they've got, oh boy, it just froze on me. Here we go. Nope, they don't have them.
Damn.
But they got
So PFF 7 minutes ago, I don't know if you guys said this, but they're calling Josh Palmer a gem for the Chargers.
Who did?
PFF is calling Josh Palmer a gem for the
Okay.
Chargers. He was their 10th best receiver. He was 72 on their big board.
Damn.
He had a 92.9 grade against zone coverage, which is 5th best among all receivers.
So CBS doesn't have them ranked in their top 20. So he's not even on their board.
He's 20th for Brugler, or he was 20th. That's a 4th rounder.
Yeah, I mean, when you start
That's
yeah.
That's a good point. Frank Blakely in chat says Chargers secondary coach was at Tennessee, so he definitely had a lot of interaction and experience with him.
That's true, Derek Ainsley.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Oh, and apparently Josh Palmer was high school teammates with Samuel Jr.
There you go.
Oh yeah, they both
Had to
put
be
the St. Thomas Aquinas.
teammates.
Hey, like I said, I'm not trying to say I'm not a fan of the pick. I just don't know anything about the pick. I understand getting a wide receiver. I'm hopeful that this is a wide receiver they can utilize both now and in the future. I'll gladly watch him tonight and see what happens. But again, I can't say it's right or wrong. I definitely get getting a wide receiver though, for sure.
Yeah. Who did this? Wide receiver rankings. It's just USA Today. He's not in their top 30.
Only putting up less than 500 yards a year, I can see why he wouldn't be on a lot of people's radars,
Yeah.
though. You know.
Which would then beg the question, why go that high for him? So I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's obviously their guy. I mean, they had to get him. But
Look at that big piece of like it wouldn't be the same.
so if
Have they drafted a team captain yet?
so all right, so if corner wide receiver, then Chargers are looking edge here if we're following this. If we're going there.
Oh, wow. Okay, so he also went to the same high school as Elijah Moore, and Elijah Moore was stuck behind him in the depth chart in high school.
Yeah, I mean that's there's a lot of good stuff on paper, but he hasn't shown
Yeah.
any of that. Can he? I mean, we'll see.
Talk about a range of averages, too. He averaged 10 yards a catch his freshman, then 21 junior, and then 13 and 14 his next 2 years. He was all over the place.
Yeah, I hate that Justin Blackman comp on Mock Draftable for his chart on percentiles.
Hopefully he doesn't have the same vices as Black. Palmer has vacuum hands and natural tracking skills to win at the catch point, registering only 4 drops
I agree with that.
on 164 targets. Enough speed to eliminate cushions, stack corners, and win over the top, flashing playmaking skills when given the opportunity.
Tremble.
He was the Z receiver.
Sorry.
There.
So,
You're good.
So
Tremble to who?
Dolphins went Hunter Long. We saw that. Then the football team took Brown. Finally, he's gone. And then the Panthers. The Panthers got Tommy Tremble.
No.
Okay. Wait a minute. Hunter Long went to the Dolphins. They have him and Gesicki? Okay.
Yep.
Shit. Okay, so next on your list was Edge, if we're going off that order, right?
Which you got to assume is going to get muddier as, guys are falling off the board.
Yeah. The only guy I would want.
Move up for Perkins.
I'd want Perkins, yeah.
At this point, what would it cost you? A 6th? Move up for Perkins.
I mean, they're at
Wyatt Davis still on the board too.
I mean, they're 15 picks away at this point, Well, no. That's what's on the screen. 13 picks away. And there's still those three interior offensive linemen and 2 corners.
Quinn Miners, Wyatt Davis.
And what's the Tennessee kid? Trey
Smith. Yeah.
And then Molden and Melifonwu.
Molden, that's such a surprise to me, man. Is he hurt or something? Back-to-back first team all Pac-12.
Dude, Raiders fans are still arguing in my mentions.
Really?
Yeah, I'm annoyed.
You should drop another nugget in there. That's like a slight, just to keep feed the fire. Just keep it
Just
going.
be like source : Chargers put up a pinata with the Raiders logo up in their war room and have been beating it for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah.
At this point, screw it, man. Go get Molden and have him be your nickel after Harris is gone next year.
So a 6'2", 205-pound wideout.
I mean, that kind of paints the picture for Mike Williams, you've got to think.
No, it does.
This is, I mean, you don't invest a 3rd-round pick on a guy if you're not looking to move him in sooner rather than later.
Yep. They wouldn't pick, I just don't think a wide receiver would have made sense if it wasn't for the Mike Williams potentially leaving thing. And then you look at who the wide receiver is, and if his biggest traits are body control through catches, high-pointing catches and stuff, writing's on the wall, man.
Destroying people. Remember, as a blocker, a powerful base and easy movements, stays well. He just wants to get there. He wants to play the game and play like a linebacker. He's got that mentality for Notre
See.
Dame. And really, I think really fired watching what Tommy Triple did in game situations. And
The Cowboys took Chauncey Golston, the
Golston?
Iowa edge, Mike.
Oh, that's your Iowa kid. Yeah, yeah.
Wait,
The
what?
Cowboys just took Golston, the edge.
No way. He went ahead of Davion Nixon?
Yeah, man.
What? The
He's an
draft is
end,
wild.
isn't he?
The draft
He's
is
an
also
end,
drunk.
right? Yeah.
He's an end, yep.
The Titans just traded their pick. I don't know who to, but Packers.
Green Bay moved up. Yeah. So, someone in the chat, Joe Reed and KJ Hill are trash or what? I'm not saying they're trash, but they haven't shown anything. And you're talking about was it a 5th and a 7th or a 6th and a 7th?
5th and 7th.
I mean, you're talking about,
No.
you're talking about some,
Gilman
later
was
rounds.
5. Right? Didn't it go?
I thought Alohi was 6.
Oh, you might be right. Whatever.
But still, they're projects. And again, you have Mike Williams, Jalen Guyton, and Tyron Johnson, who are ahead of them right now on the depth chart, are all in the last year of their deal. So let's say, for instance, you re-sign one of them. Let's say it's Tyron Johnson. You now have Allen, Tyron Johnson, Palmer, and then Hill and Reed. So they still have a spot on the team at this point, but at the same time, one of them was a 7th rounder. So if he doesn't last on the team, that's not exactly a shocker. They have to show something. They didn't last year. I mean, how many times was Reed a healthy scratch? So
the Packers just took him.
Show it.
Took Amari Rodgers.
Hey, they got a wide
Finally.
receiver. They finally got a wide receiver.
Who's asking? Gabriel. The order was corner, wide receiver, which we just saw, then edge, guard, safety, linebacker. But you got to believe they're probably looking guard with how much talent's still there. And who is this Cowboys guy dancing on the stage?
Someone says only 2 safeties drafted. No, you had Richie Grant, Morig, and Holland, and Cisco. So you've actually had and Diablo. So you've had 5 safeties drafted so far, leaving Nasser Al-Din, Jamar Johnson, Ardarius Washington, Tyron Gillespie, and so on.
It seems like Telesco gets panicky in these 3rd rounds. I feel like we're getting some of that now with Palmer a little bit.
Someone earlier in the chat had said they were wondering if was it a corner that we were all talking about, Debo or something like that was maybe what he wanted to do, and then he got taken and then he panicked or something. I mean, that kind of lends credence to maybe he was panicking
because it was right before him.
It's like, yeah. I mean, that could possibly be the case.
But
it is definitely an eyebrow raising pick.
You know they gotta have something prepared.
You'd hope. I would assume so.
But yeah, but they are 100% betting on his potential because he just did not show a ton. There's not a ton. I mean, there's tape, but there's just, not too much. Not a ton of splash plays either. So, you hear about a lot of those guys who kind of make splash plays but don't rack up a ton of tackles or whatever, but this is the exact opposite. Did you guys get muted? Oh, okay.
I'm not.
All right.
I don't think.
Sorry, I got muted.
Oh, gotcha. All right. It just got really quiet.
With something.
And you guys, I guess, just don't agree with me, so you're just going quiet.
Yeah, we hate your take entirely. That's.
I'm still a little
biased.
flustered by the Palmer pick, but honestly, it's because I didn't watch him. I didn't really watch the wide receivers. I was prepared to take a wide receiver early if it was just a certain wide receiver, but we'll see. I hope he's a dog, but I'd like to see the numbers on wide receivers who didn't reach certain thresholds, production wise, to have and see what their career was like in the NFL.
Yeah. The Packers traded their 3rd and 4th to move up to get Rodgers. So they really wanted Rodgers.
I mean, that's just easy headlines too, right? Rodgers for Rodgers, or it writes itself.
Oh, here we go.
That's all they were
Yeah.
doing. They're just waiting for the perfect wide receiver. Yeah, man, I'm hoping that he's a hell of a wide receiver and see what kind of impact he can have year one. I don't think that Guyton or Johnson did so much to where they can't be, passed up on the depth chart. I think we'll have a really good competition for that third wide receiver spot on the field, and see what the kid does. I mean, I'm definitely open to it. I'm not trying to kill the kid or bury the kid before he plays it down. It's just something that I didn't expect. I'll gladly watch him tonight, though. I'm excited to see what Esteban says. Just hard for me to be like ecstatic or hate it at this point because I don't know. Which is kind of
Lucas, the Tennessee quarterback was Garanatano, who isn't.
Oh yeah, no, I knew they had terrible, inconsistent quarterbacking, so it's not terribly surprising. I'd rather see what were his wide receiver totals compared to all of his passing yards. Who else was catching passes? Was it 400 something yards of only 20 or 2,000 yards passing? How much really was it? I should just look that up.
Yeah, I'm typing that in right now.
Yeah. I like these girls are doing a podcast in a garage. I don't know if you're seeing the same commercial I am.
Yes, I am.
And I don't even know what it is for, but they're doing a podcast in a garage with a door open and soundproofing behind them.
Okay, so I don't know if he had another quarterback throwing to him because this doesn't make a lot of sense. But it says that Guarantano played only 7 games, so there's 5 games he didn't play, and he only threw for 1,100 yards.
Yeah, and I think Bailey took over for him at that.
Yeah, Harrison Bailey and also JT Shrout had 300.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean,
about 2,000 passing yards. So he had a fourth of all the passing or all the receiving yards.
Yeah, here I got it. So 1,100 plus 600 plus 300.
And I'm pretty.
Yes. Okay.
And I'm pretty sure he is from Canada.
Josh Palmer?
He was their wide receiver 1 by a large margin. It was 475 versus 280.
Now he was also that's because there were 3 receivers ahead of the guy with 231, but they were running backs. They threw the running backs constantly. So he had a 475, and then running backs had 280, 276, 254, and then 231 at that wide receiver spot. So a very weird offense for sure.
Very.
Yeah.
All right, so we can throw out some of the traditional knocks on him.
Minnesota Vikings. Who'd they just pick?
I bet they pick Perkins here.
Oh no, but you're gonna like this pick. We won't. You will.
So I'm gonna like the Vikings pick, but because
It'll hurt for the Chargers.
damn, really? All right, I don't know who the pick is, honey, but it's a good player that apparently should make Chargers fans mad. Oh well, he's gonna get watched on Sunday.
And he'll start
Is
probably
this-
immediately.
Is this Wyatt?
Will he?
I hope.
I don't see how it's not.
With the 86th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Wyatt.
Yeah, Wyatt Davis,
Yeah.
honey.
Damn it, man.
Him and Darisaw, that's a hell of an upgrade for that
Cheers.
offensive line.
2-time All-American at Ohio State. Somehow fell this far, man. That's a heck of a pickup for the Vikings, man.
Him and Darisaw, man.
The
So,
the
it's
Rams
Vikings
just,
putting in work.
oh, weird. The Rams just traded with the Niners. Another interdivisional trade.
Weird. So the Vikings line's about to be Darisaw, Davis, Bradbury. So that whole left side and pivot are young, and then the right guard is probably nobody, and then Brian O'Neill. So that is a young line. Or no, he'll be right guard. Never mind.
Damn it, man.
Another one to scratch off my list.
Still some good guards though. Trey Smith, Quinn Miners,
And Cleveland, right?
Cleveland.
And
Yep.
Cleveland. Yeah.
I still, man. If we're going by the list, edge is such a weird place to pick right here. I don't like anybody.
Yeah.
Perkins is still on the board.
Who is?
Perkins, right?
Yeah.
Reggie Wayne. I don't know how great he is at evaluating, but Reggie Wayne says Josh Palmer can be a matchup nightmare for the Chargers in the red zone.
I mean,
To be fair, Mike Williams only had
To
one
be
year
fair,
where he actually caught passes, consistently in the red zone, and ever since hasn't been anything like he was in 2018.
to be fair.
Always must be fair.
So what? I mean, I guess. I mean, yeah, he's got good hands and body control, but he's not like a jump ball. I mean, he's only 6'1", right? 6'1", 210
Yeah,
or something.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's not like he's a big go up and get it type receiver, but he can do it.
Yeah, he was 6'1", 6'1 and a quarter. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Steelers. Man, we're 10 picks away. This draft is moving.
So, all right. So if because we're getting closer, we're coming down to it. Less than 10 picks here coming. But I didn't see who the Steelers picked.
Steelers. The guy shouting.
Run DMC, baby.
Oh, yeah, and it's in Cleveland, so that makes sense.
They took Kendrick Green.
Who?
Kendrick Green, the Illinois offensive lineman.
Oh, Steelers got him?
Honestly,
Yeah.
I don't even know that name.
Damn, Kendrick Green, he's good. He's
They
very
had to work
good.
on that. They had to work on the offensive line. So it's
Well, that's the Matt Filer replacement.
So if we're talking the list. Your the edge guy you guys like is Ronnie Perkins. Guards.
yeah. There's also the kid from Pitt, Rashad Weaver's available too, and this is I think more acceptable at the end of 3 than it was early 3.
So then there's the guards, of course. The 3 of them we mentioned. Corner they can double dip with Melifonwu and your guy Stubbs Molden.
Molden.
And then Browning is still there and Cox is still there, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so Miners would be good, Cleveland would be good. Is there another guard? Who am I missing?
I think you got him.
It's now
Yeah,
just
I mean,
Miners and
Trey Smith.
yeah.
And if you guys don't like Deontay Brown, I know he's a bigger guy, more of a plotter, more of a you're not gonna get him to the second level kind of stuff, but that's a guard that's expected to go 3rd round. Defensive line or defensive tackles, you got the 2 USC kids. Several others have already gone off the board. There was that run of them earlier. But I think Togiai is still out there.
Yep.
Davion Nixon is still too, isn't he?
Yes.
Davion Nixon's still there, yeah.
Yeah. Niners selection.
So safety is on this list.
Trey Sermon, running back.
For the Niners?
Yep.
But
Wow.
I mean, double dip at wide receiver. No, I'm kidding. I think that's probably it for wide receiver, I would imagine. Tight end,
Oh,
Brevin
man.
Jordan.
wait a minute. Josh Palmer got a 7.6 RAS score. Is what Math Bomb just tweeted out, but I looked at something earlier and that wasn't the case.
7.7.
The number might have changed if he officialized the number.
Yeah, he must have updated it, so that's even worse. Yikes.
Thompson Nasruddin for safety.
Oh, and he had an absolutely awful vertical.
Did he?
Palmer?
Yeah. So much for a
Cool.
rental weapon. Well, I guess a jump ball weapon. You don't have to be have a good vert to be a red zone weapon, but. But what about safeties? Safeties on the board, linebackers are on the board. We talked about Cox and Browning.
Yeah, as far as safety goes, you have Hamza Nasruddin, Jamar Johnson, Ardarius Washington. I mean, 5'8" safety, but his tape was really good. Tyree Gillespie. I mean, then you're diving really into the fourth at that point.
Yeah. Okay, so hopefully not. No, I was going to say hopefully not a safety. Oh, Nasruddin, though. You guys like Nasruddin. Would you take him here? Yeah. Jamar. Oh, you do? Is it one of our guys? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, Carolina traded out of that pick. No, boy. Okay, you're frozen, so I'm gonna get you back in here, Steps. Hold on. It's all right. What does your computer or? Okay. So we're talking to Steps, who's currently not here. So now they can't hear Mike? Awesome! Now we're talking, baby! Technical issues. Skype kicking out. All right, hold on. I'm going to get both of them back in. So talk amongst yourself, chat. I can't help you here. All right, let's get... Remember, this is all Stanley's fault, so... Yes, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Man, where are you? Okay. We're going to get back in here. At least it didn't happen during the pick. All right, Stabs. And we'll probably have that same echo issue. Man, gotta love it. Gotta love it. All right, Mike. Am I muted too? No, I'm not. So I can just talk my shit. We knew about Nico Collins. Stubbs, yep, we had talked about it. Oh, you were probably kicked out of this by then. All right, let's see. Debs, are you back on?
Testing, 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 testing.
course, you're
Yeah.
echoing, so here we are. Don't talk, Stubbs. Don't talk. Just let me try to figure this out. Yeah, baby. Gotta love all the technical issues. Stubbs, give it a shot again. Okay, talk again, Stubbs. Let's hear you. And by the way, okay, Stubbs, don't talk anymore. By the way, this is all Stanley's fault, and he told us to use Skype. I would have never used Skype, but this is all Stanley's fault. So hold on. Okay, talk again. Stubbs,
Yo.
let's hear you, man.
All right, testing
Say your
again.
piece.
Let's go. Hashtag blame Stanley. That's the tightest suit I've ever seen on somebody. Holy shit, Miles Garrett.
All right, Stubbs, you're working now.
Awesome. They said they
Mike?
can't see me, but I don't know.
All right, boys. So Patrick Jones off the board.
So is wide receiver Anthony Schwartz to the Browns just now.
Dude, Miles Garrett is bursting out of his suit.
It's literally, I said, yeah, I was like, I've never seen a tighter suit on someone.
My gosh, you would think he's wearing like compression. He looks like he's wearing a fake suit of muscles underneath his clothes.
Yeah, your picture's frozen, Stubbs, and I can't tell you why.
I guess that's just how it's going to be. I don't know how else to do that without getting out and getting back in again. I don't want to cause all that issue for you, so. So you guys got my sound, but you don't get to see my I don't know, hopefully I'm frozen in a decent, hopefully it's not
Hold
the
on.
worst position.
Hold on, I might have just fixed it.
Patrick Jones off the board.
They wanted that guy who can fly, and then you think about Anthony Schwartz, 4.25 speed for Auburn. When he started his career, he was outstanding. In 2018, he was putting up the big numbers. You think about where he was from that point on moving forward. You look at it, kind of declined. The average per catch for a guy with that kind of speed diminished. He was 16.2 yards a catch as a freshman in 2018, then 11.8 per catch this past year. But the inconsistency at quarterback and the offense affected that. He'll get influence. That's one thing you can't teach. He's over 6 feet tall. He can run well away.
All right, Daniel's good.
Video 2? Nice. Thank you, Garrett.
Thank you, Garrett. We'd be useless without you.
Some would say I still am.
So to Lucas in the chat, the most popular NFL team in Iowa is, that's a tough one because we're really truly split between all the surrounding states. So I'd probably say between the Packers and the Chiefs, actually, the whole west side of Iowa. I'm in central Iowa, but the whole left side is essentially Chiefs fans because I'm sure a lot of it's bandwagon, but I would say it's probably the most popular team.
So a linebacker just went, but not one of the two we talked about. Monty Rice just went.
Okay.
Cool. All right. Monty Rice went to the Titans, and Chargers pick at 97.
Yep.
Yep, we are very close.
5 more picks. All those. So, if we're going back to the list, Miners is still there. Trey Smith, Ben Cleveland. The linebackers Browning and Cox are still available. Corners Melifonwu and Molden still available. So that's 7 guys with 5 picks. So 2 of these guys are guaranteed to be there. In terms
and you
of
have the linebackers.
And Perkins.
Linebackers.
Sorry, Perkins for edge.
Yeah,
that
Perkins.
you talked about. Yeah, and edge was the next on the list for the guy, but you know, I thought the first 2 were probably solidified, but here, with just how the draft goes, it's probably whatever their BPA is here.
How, given that those are still on the board, would this be too early still for you guys to go tight end with Brevin Jordan on the board?
How
I don't think it moved the needle.
Say it again? Sorry.
So let's say Brevin Jordan's the pick. How would you feel about that?
Brevin Jordan?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. You know, like, I get the athletic upside, but Brevin Jordan to me seems like a guy that. So you know he's an exceptional athlete at his size. He's a matchup buster for sure. He's too big for DBs. He's too fast for linebackers. Not the best blocker. Showed improvement throughout his time at Miami. You know, I think he's got some room to grow there in blocking. Also, his route running isn't very crisp. Kind of depends on his speed a lot. And is one of those tight ends who's more of a body catcher than a hands catcher, which I don't prefer. But Jordan to me has a ceiling of could be a low end tight end 1, most likely a complementary piece as a tight end 2. You know, I think he could be a security blanket type tight end. I know he's an athlete, but I don't hate it. I don't love it. I'm in the middle here. The reason I can understand it is because for me he's the best tight end on the board. So if you really got to go tight end, it would make sense. I've got him higher than Tremble.
Same, for sure.
What about you guys?
And you said it doesn't move the needle for you, Mike?
No, because like as athletic as he was, I think maybe he might be more of a football player than an athlete, right? Like his 4.6, 7 that he ran in the 40. To me, that doesn't tell me he's going to be able to run away from linebackers.
Yeah.
And I don't know what his agilities were. If you guys have those numbers in front of you at all, then maybe he can be shifty, run after the catch guy, which has its own value as well. But again, this is a weird spot. I'm not gonna lie. I thought the value as this draft particularly goes on, there's just not as much. Like I don't think there's a ton of really cool talent, really good talent on day 3. And at this point, there are talented players, but they're not necessarily the needs of the team. So I just feel like they could go almost anywhere from here on out.
So Brevin Jordan got a 5.33 RAS score.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was very much average.
He had terrible height, terrible weight, terrible bench. His vertical was awful. His broad was okay. He had a great 40. He had a 4.69, which is great for his size. And his 20 and 10s were okay, but this is even though he's built like an athlete and he can play like it on the field. This is to me, I mean, you've got Donald Parham, so it
Like, where would Brevin help the team? Like, in the red zone, between the 20s, in what fashion is he helping move the chains? Like, what does he do that Parham couldn't, that Cook couldn't, Steven couldn't? I just don't get it, to be honest. At least in terms of an instant impact player.
right.
So I think so basically you guys think we're kind of at the point where there's not as much of a beneficial or a return on taking him over Steven Anderson and Donald Parham that are already on the roster.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm getting?
I think Donald Parham is going to potentially have a big year if he comes in at least in the top 2 of the position.
And to be honest with you, I like some of the stuff Steven Anderson brought. Yeah,
Bills took Spencer Brown.
Yeah.
I can see that. I know I have a lot of hopes for Parham for sure. And Anderson did look good when he had a chance to kind of get out there. There are 0 tight ends on the roster next season. All 4 of those are last year their deal.
Yeah.
I think that getting a tight end, even if it is someone who is marginally better, arguably, than those 2, still makes a lot of sense. That said, there are too many other positions for me to go tight end here. I'm not a big fan of doing that. I can see the argument for why the team would want to do so. I love Parham. I think Cook's going to be a good enough answer to have with them, and Anderson's also been really good. So I'm totally fine if they don't do it here, but I could see them talking themselves into it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, Ronnie Perkins RAS, just because I was curious, is a 5.13, so he also is not great on the RAS. So.
Nope.
I figured I'd knock that one out before
Yikes.
it was asked. So
Ravens just took Ben Cleveland.
Damn!
So there goes one of the guys on
I
our
gotta
list.
text my buddy and curse him out.
So it's down to Trey Smith and Meinertz under guards. Perkins
Ben
still their
Cleveland's
edge.
such a Ravens.
Cox Browning. Melifonwu Molden.
Melifonwu. I still will throw in Nashville Dean at safety too.
Okay.
Yeah, J. Alex Keith, tight end flyer in the 7th.
Oh.
I could totally see that being the case too.
Yeah.
I mean, why not?
Yeah.
Or you have 2 6th even,
I mean, I know Brevin and Tremble are ahead of everybody else, but it just seems like this is all just guys, I mean, like Mike was talking about, this isn't going to really put your team over the top here, but there is some pretty good guys that can help you right away, especially if you're looking at some of those corners to help you on the outside if you want to kick Samuel inside, the guards to have a competition right away. I mean, there's some real guys that could help. Mm-hmm. Oh, Jacoby Jones. The Charger great.
Yeah. You said this has been Cleveland, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn. Ravens. What have they done? They normally draft pretty well.
Jacoby Jones is hilarious.
Yeah.
You can boo all you want.
Ravens, Rashad Bateman, Odafe Owe, and then Ben Cleveland. That's a pretty good draft. Someone says, what about Robert Hainsey as a guard? That's a Notre Dame kid, I believe. So I mean,
very early for Hainsey. He's a day 3
it's
pick.
a guard and it's Notre Dame, so it's just at least plausible. But
I think this is a good place for Trey Smith or Quinn Meinertz.
Yeah. Did you? I didn't watch Stone Forsythe. Is that a guy that can kick inside?
No, because he's way too tall.
Yeah. Okay.
I could not imagine a literal 6'8".
Yeah. Don't worry about it. No, I was just thinking about some of the tackles that are still available
Yeah.
that could kick inside.
It's not a joke. He is 6'0", 80.
Yep.
Yeah, man, that's too tall. Yeah, too tall.
He already is getting dinged because he can't figure out, like, his leverage issues are real.
Oh,
To block someone, he literally has to bend at the waist.
Yeah, like, if you read his profile, it's like he's good in pass pro, but, like, as good as he is in pass pro, he's also pretty bad in run blocking because he just can't get down.
A 6'8", 307 coming at you at 5'1", 240. I'm good. That's
He
scary
can
as
still
hell,
move.
man.
He can still move pretty well. He's a better blocker in space because he doesn't have to worry about, you know, firing off low pads and everything.
Oh, well, Robert Hainsey just went to the Buccaneers, so we don't even have to worry about that.
Oh, wow. Come on, get Trey Smith, you cowards. Or Quinn Miners, why not? Who's this lady who's announcing half the picks?
I don't know.
Is it Goodell's wife? I didn't think Goodell would cut out.
He's asleep on the chair next to it. All right,
Oh, man.
pick is in for the Patriots. Chargers are on the clock. Don't picked yet, but it's in. TV is off. Correct, Haas 44. No stream tomorrow.
Do you see Nick Shepard just put up, if Palmer is awesome and he starts at wide receiver 3, then the Chargers have a starting wide receiver corps in the league and it ain't close.
Apparently, Perkins went to New England, according to chat.
Perkins did. Okay,
That's
well
what
don't look
someone
at the chat.
It is Dan.
Okay, I'm gonna listen to it live. Not look at my phone. So Perkins, we don't have to worry about. I wonder if that's somebody they're thinking about because Edge was the next. If Perkins was there, but Trey Smith,
I mean, if they're looking at
Miners, Melifonwu, Molden, Jabril Cox, Baron Browning, and the safety Daniel Ikes.
Dean.
Michael Dean. And a commercial before the chart. Oh no, before the Patriots pick. What were we gonna say, Mike?
I can't remember.
Okay.
I think I was about to say some of the other edges that are available, but they're all tiny. They're all honestly they fit the whole 3-4 outside linebacker that Staley probably wants. I just think that the Chargers have enough of those bodies. Like I don't know who else. It's weird, man. The defense is it's not going to be just a straight up. Oh, here's a 3-4 front, and then here's a 4-3 front. Like they're going to probably do some similar things like they did in 2016 with Pagano, where it was a 4-3 or it was a 3-4, but with 4-3 principles. So they like have, you know, Bosa at an edge, but maybe you want Sam to be outside of him. So you still have Bosa off the edge working on the tackle, but you still have 5 men up front because on the backside you've got your other outside linebacker, your 3 interior linemen, which Bosa's one of them at a 5 tech. It's just weird. Like the looks will be similar to 3-4s, but the alignments could be 4-3. It's weird. I don't know. It's just so messy right now.
The other guys are Rashad Weaver, Quincy Roche, those are all the guys that are still like third projections. Said all around the 240 to 250 range. Weaver's 260, but yeah.
So don't tip the pig.
No way of doing
anything but the
Customize the cut with Ego's revolutionary
Feed.
cutting
Yep.
system.
I got our Skype window and the draft guide. That's all I have.
On lithium battery technology, it cuts
Still waiting for the Patriots to get their pick off.
Right, so makes it effortless. The Ego Select Cut Motor. Only at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
This is more than just a game. This is teamwork. This is character. This is fun. The NFL celebrates every level of the game with leagues for every kind of football. Let's play.
Todd Weaver's at 733 RAS.
The Patriots took Perkins, right?
That's what someone in chat said. I don't have anything else backing that up.
Man.
Well, Cam Sample, next best edge behind Perkins. Nixon's still on the board. Tufele.
Cam Sample is 6'2", 267. High effort player, battles with brass knuckles, tweener skills, needs to be more efficient. And he has a 698 RAS.
I'm pretty sure Baron Browning's RAS is like 9.9 something.
It is 998.
Yep.
Very freaking.
I'm telling you, man, it's dude's a baller. I just don't understand why he's falling so far.
All right, so they're announcing the
Paulson and
Patriots
Debo.
pick.
Paulson and Debo right before the Chargers, and then Ronnie Perkins right before the Chargers.
This is great. I want to thank Bill Belichick and his staff.
Oh yeah, you're behind
Yeah.
whoever that feed is.
It's probably me.
Yeah, it's not me. I have nothing
Yeah,
on. So.
definitely Ronnie Perkins. So I'm gonna turn up.
Let's go.
Man, Telesco, don't overthink this, man. Miners is there, Trey Smith's there, Melifonwu, Molden, Cox. Just don't. This is like that small school, got to get them before day 3 pick that Telesco usually does at the top of 3.
I mean, Quinn Miners fits that. He's
Yeah.
a small school.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Let's
Good
mesh
thinking,
those together.
Stubbs.
Make it work. Let's make it work.
It's that Craig Mager out of North Texas and Pipkins out of
Sioux
nowhere.
Falls or whatever.
Sioux
it was.
Falls, yep. And then now we're gonna get like, you know, somebody out of Oklahoma Clown College here at the bottom
Oklahoma
of 3.
Clown Tech.
Yep.
Not a Wisconsin Whitewater. Quinn Miners.
Guy
To
Fieri
the Chargers.
Culinary School.
God damn it.
Flavortown Academy.
Yeah, Flavortown Academy.
Hair gel and flame shirts. Business, man.
Pick is in for Chargers.
Let's go.
All right. Walk up to the board already.
That sucks, man, because I want to turn mine up really loud, too.
Do you? Do you want me to? They're walking up to the
I mean-
podium now. Do you want me to turn up or you want me to turn
I
down?
mean, you can... Because you're going to react regardless, right?
All right, she's making the pick. I'm turning up.
Let's
Okay,
go.
that's fine.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Trey Mckitty.
No!
And, oh, man.
No! Trey McKitty's a day 3 tight end. Get
Dude,
the
that's...
out of here. Telesco?
That's rough.
Oh no! Trey McKitty's a day 3 guy.
Ah, man.
Oh my god.
I'm
Third
so
round, man.
God.
He loves
I'm
shitting
so
the
confused.
bed in the
I
third
didn't
round.
realize the offense was so bad. Like, the defense is not super good by any means or solid. This guy had 6 catches last year. What the hell are we doing?
We know Georgia loves not using their tight ends. What was that? Knox was the previous one, right? No, not Knox. There was someone else.
I don't understand
Anyway.
this. We just picked 2 players who, at their positions, barely did anything in college.
Well, then.
What the hell?
Yeah.
So Telesco got the 3rd round together, huh?
Yeah.
I said I wouldn't be pissed,
Uh,
but really, man?
Yeah, that's not great.
Trey McKitty's like the fourth or fifth best tight end still available.
Yeah, really. Rather had Brevin Jordan if we were going to go this route.
Man.
Oof.
Telesco
Yeah,
never
just says
changes.
yes, sir.
As soon as I heard Trey, I was like, ooh, Trey Smith. Nope.
Yeah.
Bro, yeah, when he
Dude,
said
me
Trey,
too.
I was like, let's do it.
Man.
Okay. Hey, guys. Asante Samuel in the second
What a
round.
bummer.
Wasn't that awesome?
Yeah, I know.
Wasn't
Rashawn
that awesome?
Slater, you remember? You guys remember that?
Yeah, it's great.
So,
Damn third rounds, man.
all right. So I watched him. What's his RAS? Because I remember he's got huge hands and a giant wingspan. I think he was like 6'4",
I thought he had a decent day at the Senior Bowl, to be honest.
6'2".
6'2", and
6'2".
245, something like that.
Um,
Around 240.
Other sheet. That is 247. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, they lined him up everywhere. They lined him up out of the backfield. He was in line. He was in the slot. H-back. Played not bad. His speed.
Hopper had Mckitty going to the Chargers in the 5th round of his mock.
Yeah, I mean,
I
yeah. So this, yeah. My big note on Mckitty was that he was. Oh my God! And the Broncos got minus.
Yep.
God
Yep.
damn it! Oh God, man.
that hurts.
He was right there, dude.
That
I
hurts
thought
a
this
lot.
was I thought this was a depth tight end guy with special teams ability. I mean,
I don't know about that one, folks.
and by the way, blocking. I know that they were talking about moving the line of scrimmage. This is not your guy. He is not. He does not move anybody. He's a catch blocker. He does not play with good strength. I mean, even though he's big for his size, people get inside of him, and he has never ever had a big season. This is Josh Palmer. They're betting on the upside, and I'm pretty sure he had a transfer too.
He was Florida State before.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, so they got a Florida State kid. Great. Did he play with Asante Samuel, and they wanted to get him a friend? Is that what
This
this
is
is all
his
about?
first year at Georgia, so I mean, he was there before. He was there last season, where when Samuel was.
So they basically said, "Hey, man, here's some guys we saw at the Senior Bowl. Just draft those two." Man,
Yeah.
I'm at a loss here because this was in no way a third round guy.
No, not in any sense of the word. 5th or 6th, sure.
What? So
Third round.
did we find his RAS score?
622.
So
Trey
like
McKitty,
average.
draft projection, 6th to 7th round.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's about
there was absolute no need to reach for Trey McKitty here.
Bro, I want
Okay.
to hear the fucking response from Telesco and those guys about what they think they're getting in these players. If anything, I'm gonna have to get on and just be like, what do you think? Like, I could word it obviously nicely, but like, how do I get them? How do I ask them, like, why do you think these 2 picks were worth it in the 3rd round? Like, what do they do for the team that made them worthwhile here?
Well, I mean, you
know,
gotta ask what it. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Who the hell is that?
You cannot start reaching in the 3rd.
I mean,
with this shit on the board?
Is it fair for me to be like, especially for Trey McKitty, to actually say like, you know, the consensus was that Trey McKitty was a late dick. Like, what made you feel like you had to have him in the 3rd round above other tight ends or even other that were available? Like, how do I ask that without making it sound like calling him an idiot?
I mean, do you have any concerns with someone who started 7 games and had 6 receptions for a whole season?
Yeah.
I mean, I
that's
don't
an
know.
interesting question. I could say your 2nd, 3rd round selection of Trey McKitty had 6 catches the entire season for Georgia. What did you like about him so much that incredible lack didn't matter? You know, I mean, there's ways to ask it, but like, that's pretty abhorrent.
Indeed.
Yeah. So Telesco just got way too cute.
I mean, he did. But so did drafting Nashawn Wright.
He's a 6'4" corner.
Who Brugler had as a 7/PFA. So fun stuff. Fun stuff. Huh. The director likes Mckitty. Who's the director?
The director, he's a Madden YouTuber who's also a big Chargers fan.
Okay. Cool.
He's actually got a hell of a following. He actually puts out some really good content, but like, he's just a cat. Like him? Oh, I don't know. Where are you seeing it?
Someone in the chat says the director likes Mckitty. Royce H says so.
He's cool. He's like a really good guy and everything. I started following him when I was playing Madden seriously last year. I don't know.
Nicholas Shepard said, "Try this, Tom. What kind of gun did John hold to your head during the 3rd round today? Was it not good?"
I mean, these don't. Okay, let's look at it from Brandon Staley's viewpoint. Like, the other picks make sense. You look at Josh Palmer and Mckitty. Why would Staley like those guys? Again, line of scrimmage team. Do they really think Mckitty is a good run blocker? I don't know.
I mean, like, I could come up with a lot better reasons for Brevin Jordan than I can Trey Mckitty. So I don't know, man. I understand tight end. We kind of talked about that before the pick. I get wanting to go tight end from the team's aspect. Mckitty just blows my mind. Not Tremble, not Jordan. Mckitty. Sure.
That's crazy, man. Because I'm not gonna lie, it blows my mind when the team does this, because then it's just like they're no better than any other team who reaches on a nobody player for no reason. You know, and then like forever they're just gonna be the team that spent a pick on a backup tight end in the 3rd round when there was plenty of other talent. And hold on, that pisses me off, because the whole best player available shtick that Tom Telesco wants to keep saying. Are you telling me at that moment Trey Mckitty is the best available player in the draft? That's probably something to actually ask him in the press conference.
Yeah, so the summary here on Mckitty for Brugler is a 1-year starter with Georgia. Is a move tight end, lining up mostly in line in the wing. Was one of key free agent signings for the Bulldogs last offseason. Saw only 10 targets. Was underutilized as a pass catcher throughout his collegiate career. Well-built, balanced athlete, strong hands, ability to make catches with defenders draped all over him. As a blocker, he needs to improve his sustained skills, but he plays with the pop, power, and toughness to be a solid positional blocker. So in that aspect, he is different than Brevin Jordan or Anderson and Parham. But 3rd round doesn't shout. Elijah Molden just went to the Titans.
Yeah, I was just going to tell you that.
That hurts. They took Molden and Farley. Shit. They revamped that DB group.
So, like I was talking about earlier, it sounds, they're like, if our guy isn't there, we're going tight end. So it seems like they had Trey Mckitty circled.
I bet it was Perkins, man.
Oh, and Lions got Melifonwu too. So yeah, right after the Chargers, Miners goes, Melifonwu goes, Molden goes. They're right there, man. Yeah.
It's funny. Molden, Miners, and Melifonwu were all round 2 considerations that I had there, and back to back to back. That's wonderful. Is there any way you'd be able, or is it any way you'd get any kind of information onto the thought process there or not?
I'll find out.
Okay. Damn, man.
I'm not gonna lie, this third round sucks.
It hurts.
Yeah,
From a
I
fan
know.
standpoint, I'm taking the whole professional thing off here real quick. This was a very deflating third round.
So, Brian Hansley, yes, we don't know what the draft board looks like, but I mean, just because they might have someone higher on their board, there still should be reasonings as to why it's higher on their board and what are said reasonings, because that sure ain't on tape. Ain't in stats, ain't in athletic ability.
Yeah, the third round isn't really the time to start getting your like developmental high upside guys. It's oh boy, what's going on with your picture there, Stebbs?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't mess with nothing.
Okay, all right, let me get rid of that. I don't know what happened. Yeah, you do that in day 3. I mean, this is where you got to start getting contributors and major depth, and that's where you get the Melifonwus and the Moldens and the Minerts guys that you think can that could help. I mean, to me like Melifonwu and Molden could help right away. They'd be in on the CB2 hunt, and you can kick Samuel inside to compete with Chris Harris. I mean, yeah, man. I mean, yeah. So to get a developmental guy who's now going to be behind Jared Cook, behind Parham, behind Anderson, and then you've got a wide receiver group that's crowded with guys that pretty much all have long speed and are pretty good at contested catches. So I mean, that's a rough one, man. And I said they could get a long snapper and a punter here, and I wouldn't care. And here I am getting upset, but
That's a good point.
So
it's your fault.
Maybe I shouldn't say anything, but
what I still, yes, third round has sucked. First and second round were A++, perfect. Couldn't have gone better. But this third round hurts. No denying that for sure. I'll go back. I'll watch Palmer. Hopefully, I come away with a decent feeling off of him. But this Mckitty one really, really is going to be hard for me to even talk myself into on that one.
yeah, this is and this is Alberto. This is in no way, shape, or form the blocking tight end that the Chargers need. This is not the guy.
You can ask for a blocking tight end in the 6th or 7th. That's totally fine. You don't ask for that in the third round.
Right. But that's not his game. He's improved, but he isn't. No, he's not a blocking tight end at all, man.
If anything, this makes me hate the Palmer pick a little less. I guess that's a thing. That's great.
Man. This is a really, really tough one. So let's go around. So now we know what happened. Day 1, day 2. Grading everything together. Where are you guys with a grade? Mike, you want to start?
Sure. That's tough because you're correct. Round 1, Slater A+. Round 2, Asante Samuel A. Palmer. Initially, very much surprised. Didn't expect it. There seems to be quite a few people who believe him to be a steal, so I'm letting that kind of up my grade a little bit for him. I'd give singularly the Palmer pick maybe like if he's as good as people say he is, call it a B-. If he's not, C+, maybe even a C. And then Mckitty comes by, third round pick, tight end that people thought was going to be a late day 3 guy. I don't know how this isn't an F, to be honest. Like I want to give him a D to give him some semblance of positivity, but that's tough, man. I think overall, put them all together, probably still a B minus, maybe a weak B minus or a C plus. I just think this last pick really brings it down because it's not just like a bad player, but then it's like, what does it make us feel like or feel about the front office? Like, why the justification? Like, what are they thinking? I don't know. It's weird. I'm a little confused about it. Trying to make sense of it still. Don't see how it helps the Chargers at all. Don't see how it helps Justin Herbert. Don't see how it helps the offense in 2021. Like, I don't know. I don't know what the end goal is.
Okay. So what about you, Stebbs?
So I'm higher than Mike is. I'm more on the A minus B plus side, and that's only because the first and second round were that good. I think that you got your instant left tackle, your instant corner, and I think getting that out of this draft is huge. The Palmer pick in a vacuum, I'd probably go more along the lines of a B minus, assuming that those people were right. I haven't watched him yet, so it's not fair for me to say. But the idea behind getting a wide receiver is there. It's the Mckitty one that I can't get over that. That brings it down. It'd be an easy A or A minus for me if it wasn't for the Mckitty pick. But again, trying to factor in and weigh fairly, I think that the first and second rounds still deserve that much recognition because those were fantastic picks. So I'm going to go A minus B plus. It's hard for me to draw a hard line with one of those two picks, but that's still the range I'm in.
Yeah, man. I mean, if you're grading it as a whole, the first two picks were home runs. A lot of people had Slater as their best tackle. Asante Samuel was the best corner going into day 2. And so it's hard to argue with those and not give those an A, if not A pluses for both of them. So if you're at A++, but Josh Palmer is like a C for me because it doesn't move the needle at all. He is a lot of what they already have. It's long speed, and the Chargers needed to get faster. Yes, it's a position of need, which they obviously needed to do with all these wide receivers they've got now. But, to be honest, they really needed to get quicker, and they didn't get that with Palmer. I mean, they got long speed, but they've got a group of guys that do that same thing. So, to me, you're looking at, that dragging the grade down. And Mckitty he's going to be a special teams player year one. I don't see him making the field. I mean, I know that he likes to block. He takes pride in his blocking, but he needs to get more functional strength. He is not going to knock anybody off their spot. This is like Sean Culkin to me. Like, he's going to have special teams ability early on. He might get a handful of snaps, and at that point he'll come in and, maybe set an edge or two. Year one. I mean, after that, maybe you've got his ceiling is a tight end too. This is not a starting tight end. And that's what you have, a potential starting tight end in Brevin Jordan, and you passed on him, and you went with Trey Mckitty. So, yeah, I mean, we're landing in the B range here, but I'm trying to ignore those two picks, and it's hard to. So, I keep trying to ignore the last two and just remember that they got Rashawn Slater and Asante Samuel, and that was the dream. So if you got to nail me down for a grade, I'm in the B plus range, maybe B plus, maybe. It's tough. I mean, is anybody higher than a D on round 3?
I mean, C minus might be the best you could. Like, that's. I think in a vacuum with the positions, I could say yes. I totally understand it. Wide receiver, again, we went over that. So many of those guys are not not on the team next year. There's 0 tight ends on the roster next year. I get taking those positions with who was on the board above them in just those positions alone, taking out the guards, the edges, the safeties, the linebackers that were still there. I get it, but they went way down the board on both picks. I can't. Getting anything other than a D would be hard for me on that. It'd be hard.
Yeah, what are you thinking, Mike? How are you feeling?
I'm just confused. I don't know, man. It's the first two picks. The fact that they nailed them so incredibly hard told us that they know what they want, they know what they need, and they're able to make the right decision. And then the Palmer thing happened, and okay, at first it's confusing, but then you got it. You remember that Mike Williams probably is going to be there. Despite the lack of production in college, he has the physical tools they believe to be valuable to the team, probably in the red zone, what have you. Then the Mckitty trade or the McKinney pick happens, and I can't find a silver lining because what do they need at tight end? What are they missing at the tight end position that made him worthy of a third round pick? Okay, they've got Cook, a vertical threat, still very much a vertical threat in the NFL, even at his age. You've got 6'8" Donald Parham, who's a seam threat, red zone threat, showed he can make plays. You've got a move tight end in Steven Anderson. And maybe the one thing you don't... Sorry, go ahead.
The Broncos just took Browning.
Bro, I'm so... That's so... Oh, my God. That's upsetting. Anyway, you've got Steven Anderson, who is a move tight end already. Like, Steve, guy you can put out wide on the edge to try and set the edge in the run game. He's still a very capable receiver, much better receiver than obviously Mckitty apparently is. I don't know. It just seems like a weird pick. It's not... They draft for needs, sort of, but didn't get a player worthy of the pick. I don't know. It's just so upsetting. I can't wait to hear the justification.
Yeah, I mean, they got to be hoping and banking on that athleticism for Mckitty and the fact that he moved around, giving him the versatility. Yeah, that's a...
So, seeing
But his RAS score was terrible, right? Sorry. Wasn't it bad?
No, you're at 6.22 for McKitty.
Oh, okay. Not great, but like average. So he's faster on the field, but...
Broncos. They had the third round that the Chargers easily could have had. Quinn Miners and Baron Browning.
Mm-hmm.
That hurts. That hurts a lot to see that.
We watched the Broncos nail their two third-rounders right there.
Hey, Mike, is Telesco? I think Telesco's talking right now. Do you need to get on with him?
I don't know why
or no.
Be talking. I thought it was at the end of the entire day. Is he really on?
It just ended. The day just ended.
Yeah, that was the last pick.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll probably get on.
Well, when you get off, it's gonna throw everything off. So.
No, it'll be fine. We'll figure it out. Or we can get out here. Any guys you're looking for day 3?
Shoot, man, I don't even know who's on the board, but I'd probably go Ellerson Smith, the edge from Northern Iowa, is probably a guy worth taking. One of the guards, Dave Moore, we kind of talked about. Trey Smith is still there, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby Brown at defensive tackle, probably some tackles there.
Yeah.
Defensive tackles that are not too shabby. And then maybe a late safety or something to get another body in that position room.
Okay. What about you, Stebbs?
Yeah, the guys from that I had looking at for the third. You can even go offensive tackle if you wanted to, if you were completely done with Pipkins and Stone Forsythe is there. Deontay Brown, Trey Smith, Rashad Weaver at edge. Defensive linemen, both USC guys are on the board too, along with Bobby Brown. Jabril Cox is still there. Safety, Hamza Nasruddin. The other safety that was initials were JJ Johnson. I want to say it was Johnson, like Jamar Johnson or something like that. He's still on the board too. Yeah, I mean,
You're talking about the Indiana safety? Yeah, that's Jamar Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Jamar Johnson's still there. Ardarius Washington's still there. Tyree Gillespie. So I think safety is definitely somewhere they could target, but it's just that third round was a bit, but there's still plenty of talent on the board to go at positions that they need. It's just, damn, you know?
Yeah.
Damn.
Want to add Jabril Cox, who was a guy I liked there that they didn't have going. He's still available. Trey Smith, obviously. That's big. Jamar Johnson's a good, but there's a ton of defensive tackles still available. Bobby Brown. We talked about Shelvin in the mock draft podcast. Marlon's still there. My Toji is still there, who I like. I know. Mike's gonna say Nixon because he's a big fan of his. The other
just in general, like besides being an Iowa guy, like he was a finalist for the Bednarik Trophy. He was an All-American, like crushed it. He has all the skills you want. I don't understand why he's fallen. There are no medical issues either. The guy literally was almost an Alabama player before and then going to Iowa. You know, like it's just weird.
Yeah.
He's a good talent.
Yeah, no, he is. No, I like him. More of a 3-tech, but we kind of talked about him a little bit, and yeah, man, I guess that's it. That's all I got.
I think so too.
Who is there? Oh yeah, you mentioned some edges already.
Yeah. I'll definitely be, like everyone else, watching and on Twitter and all that good stuff, and
the
and
best
all
thing,
that.
yeah. I appreciate everybody tuning in. I know that's boring to say, and it's who cares, but we do this once a year. A lot of us aren't, Daniel and I has taken a step back a little bit from writing. Mike's taken it over, but you guys are still here every year, so thank you.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. I'm happy we can still do it this year. Bummer that Stanley wasn't here to also be our IT guy and also add, another presence to the show. But we did it. And apologies for not having a day 3. Obviously, day 3 is a whirlwind. It's a long, long day. Yeah. But Garrett, unfortunately, can't be here tomorrow. And with me going to be writing everything tomorrow with all their picks and whatnot, it's just... We can't have a show with just Daniel as much as you guys probably want that.
I don't know if you want that much psychology talk. We already had enough of that today.
Oh
so,
yeah, you missed psychology hour. We did.
Oh no,
good.
he caught some too.
Oh, you did? Oh nice.
Yeah, I was a psychology minor. Like I'm a big psych guy.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, thank you all for tuning in. Though really, it's a blast to do this every year. Thank you guys for also doing this again, and it's always fun. We get to experience a little different tomorrow. Be on Twitter just like everyone else, and enjoy the rush after the 7th round is over too. That's always a blast. So, so yeah, hopefully it's a better day tomorrow, y'all. As far as the round 3, obviously, round 2 was great. But
yep.
Fingers crossed. Thank you. Everyone.
All right, appreciate everyone. Remember, D-Steps for Daniel, Zone Tracks. Don't forget, Lightning_round for Jamie, Bolt fan in Denver, Richard Wade.
Richard Wade.
Richard Wade. What's his name? What's Lewis's handle?
Lou
Guarini. Yeah. Who filled in for the mock draft. And I'm at John Gennaro, so follow me over there. Love you guys. Thanks. We'll talk to you guys later.
See you, everyone.
Peace.